Hiya. Alright, let's get started. I'm gonna play a little Pac-Man Championship Edition. Well, I'll start with maybe 10 minutes of vanilla Pac-Man just for the heck of it. But then it'll be... Yeah, I'm gonna still play a bunch of Pac-Man Championship Edition because I had a bunch of fun with that yesterday. It said 2. I messed up then. I must have, I guess, changed my I'm sorry I left you waiting, Clackaboy. In that case, let's get started right now. I think I messed up then. I accidentally made there's a discrepancy between some of my different material. And I know I actually forgot to even update on, I forgot to post my schedule to Twitch itself. I kind of stopped doing that for a while when things were looking not so hot, because I didn't want to invite a bunch of people to come when I was still trying to work out the kinks in my stream. So let's just get started. I'm going to play a few minutes of vanilla Pac-Man. The audio should be balanced pretty good. Yeah, I'll just play maybe 10 minutes of this, and then move on to Championship Edition. Yeah, I had a real blast last night. I mean, I didn't get as far as Dragon Spirit as I would have hoped. I mean, I could have used save states and stuff like that, but it ended up, I guess, just not quite being worth it. Or, I don't know, I just wanted to have a more authentic experience. And theoretically, I could have went and played it, you know, just to get through as much of the game as possible. I guess it could have been more entertaining on stream, but I just wanted to see how good I actually was at the game, if that makes any sense. Yeah, a lot of people, I got a lot of feedback from people that were in chat yesterday that never heard of digestive cookies or crackers until yesterday. So I didn't intend, of all the things I thought I would or wouldn't do with the stream, I didn't think I'd end up increasing sales of import British cookies that I myself haven't had in years. Even if the Maria cookies, which I think are kind of a Hispanic sort of thing. I know Goya makes Maria cookies, and those are usually the kinds I see in the import sections of stores. I mean, that behavior there with the blue one, I forgot his name, it's really accurate to how he acts even in the original Pac-Man arcade ROM. Because I always end up using that trick on that bottom row to make him turn back. But then in versions where it isn't as accurate, he's just going to keep on chasing you. Like, there was one Namco joystick I played where the ghost interactions aren't as accurate to the arcade version, and he will just chase you. Inky will, I think, let me look at the names right here. The pink one is Pinky, I know that one's obvious. Blinky is the red one. Oh, Inky, okay, Inky's the blue one, alright. And I think they made Inky a girl. I think Inky is depicted as a female in the often in official Pac-Man material, like in like Pac-Man and the Ghostly Adventures. Isn't Inky a girl as well as Pinky? And is Sue in there too? I know in the Hanna-Barbera version, the ghosts in that cartoon are Inky, Blinky, Pinky, Clyde, and Sue being the ghost that was introduced in Miss Pac-Man. But in this one, in Ghostly Adventures, I forgot if Sue is a thing or not. And I haven't watched Pac-Man the Ghostly Adventures since it was on Toon Disney, or Disney XD. I forgot if it had changed names by that point. And mind you, I'm not big into Toon Disney. I really can't tell you the last kids cartoon I really watched when it was out. I think I saw one episode of Cat Scratch, and at that point I had just fallen out of interest with Nickelodeon. And it's funny because with all the kind of stuff that I do like for nostalgia reasons, or like Thomas the Tank Engine and stuff like that, for all the stuff I do still watch for out of nostalgia, it's not just that I like kids stuff. It's just that I guess I just reached a point where I wasn't interested in what Nickelodeon was making anymore, and I was just ready to move on to other things. But I never really felt kind of like I outgrew it. I mean, even a lot even before Cat Scratch, I think like Jake and Josh was out. I wasn't really watching that. I think I was just at that point I was just watching the older shows that were still on Nick. Because it's funny because even by 2004, when I first got digital cable and the Nicktoons network, yeah, Miss Pac-Man introduced Sue. Okay. Because in like 2004 is when I got digital cable, and that's when I first had access to Nicktoons network. And even by 2004, I was already just being able to see like Rocko's Modern Life and All Real Monsters and Doug, and especially most of all Rugrats. Even by 2004, I was already considering that stuff nostalgic in a way that I guess didn't really hit the mainstream until a few years ago, in like 2017, 18-ish, when we started having like, you know, the 90s is all that and things like that. But the funny thing is, even though I wasn't really around for it, there was a certain amount of 80s Nick that I have firsthand nostalgia for, because a lot of that stuff was on reruns by the time I got Nickelodeon in 94. Wow, it's crazy thinking that. I got Nickelodeon in 94, and then I got digital cable in 2004, and even by then, I was already nostalgic for the stuff that was on Nick around 94. Ren and Stimpy. I remember hearing about Ren and Stimpy's, like when it first came out in 91, and it was so controversial, supposedly. And then I actually got Nickelodeon in 94, and I watched it, and I was like, okay, this isn't that big a deal. It's just a bunch of butt jokes and ugly close-ups. I really wasn't, it didn't really, my mom never really cared much about it, and there were some things she wouldn't let me watch. She never cared about Ren and Stimpy. Yeah, it really, and any of the jokes that were a little on the raunchy side, or a little more along the lines of something that would be suited to a young teenager, kind of just went over my head, so it's not like I really even understood the more dark jokes. Like, there was this one episode, I think it's one of the more famous episodes, if I remember correctly, where Ren and Stimpy get an inheritance from some old lady that adopts them, and at the lady's funeral, no, I think someone asked, like, oh, what killed what did her in, or what killed her? And the butler says, oh, it was lead poisoning. And then a pipe falls out of his back pocket. So being a little kid, and being aware of what a huge issue like lead pipes were in New York City, and how they're trying to replace them all, and oh, don't let your kid chew on lead paint and all that, because I just thought, oh, that she had lead pipes in the house and she got lead poisoned. I didn't get the implication that she had been bludgeoned to death with a lead pipe. Yeah, that show was pretty nuts, but it, you know, didn't warp my mind or anything. There was, yeah, really, I mean, I didn't, oh, you grew up on Garbage Pail Kids collector cards? Oh, you had the whole original collection? Oh, this is the furthest I've ever gotten in this version of Pac-Man. I never got up to the second cutscene before. Oh, excuse me. So I've actually beaten my old high score, which is cool. So this is my high score on this cartridge, 28,000 and change points. And I really just like to play this just sort of as a baseline for when I, you know, just sort of compare it to for when I do go back and start playing Championship Edition. And just play Vanilla Pac-Man first a little bit to get us more of appreciation for how crazy Championship Edition is, and what a great game it is. You know, because that is so much fun. And the cool thing about Championship Edition is, I know I've said this before, just the fact that you really can have a good time even if you're not that good at the game. I mean, you're gonna do better the more talented, the more skill you have, and the more you... Okay, that was just me going back and forth. I meant to... Something about the timing for these controls I just can't quite keep up with, and that's the game, I think. Alright. Well, yeah... I'll play for another minute or so, because I was only going to play for the first 10 minutes, and I do have a timer on my desk here to keep me aware. Now, Garbage Pail Kids, I never saw the movie for it. I remember my brother talking about the movie for it. The most I ever saw the movie was the Nostalgia Critic review of it. And the kind of kid I was a bit more of a more lighthearted, gentler kind of kid. So the kind of humor there probably wouldn't have been quite up my alley. It wouldn't have really offended me or anything, but I probably just would have just got bored and not really been too into it. And there are a lot of movies, a lot of things as a kid I kind of had to grow up into. I remember being maybe 4 or 5 and seeing some old Three Stooges shorts and just thinking, like, what's wrong with these people? Like, these are supposed to be grown-ups, and the 2 of them are idiots, and then the third one is always mean to the other 2, and I just did not like it much. But then by the time I was 6, I kind of appreciated more that it's supposed to be silly. And I used to love watching Three Stooges a lot with my mom, because it was on, I think, AMC. It would come on, I think, Sunday. They'd have a block where they'd show a bunch of Three Stooges stuff. So yeah, I kind of had to grow up into Three Stooges. I also kind of had to grow up into a lot of Disney movies. I was never super big into musicals in general. The exception being arguably the Charlie Brown movies, which really are musicals, even though they're not generally treated or classified as musicals. But all right, okay, we're done with. Let's save, because that's our new high score. So we're gonna save there. I probably should have saved on the title screen, but that's not so important. We'll go back to the main menu, and for the next half hour, we'll play some Championship Edition and have fun with that. Now, I tested it. The audio balance between these two games should be pretty spot on. I do have some settings I'm gonna have to reset my audio when we switch to Final Fantasy VII a little later. But let's see. I remember we had as a kid. What did I have in the house as a little kid? And this is back when there's a whole video that they made about it. Just I didn't realize until recently what a hot commodity Disney videotapes of Disney movies were. They really didn't even start releasing them till the very early 90s consistently. They released some of the lesser grossing movies, the less popular ones, but then they'd keep re-releasing the big ones everyone wanted to see on tape. But we had a Beauty and the Beast, your ultimate. You know, it's funny. I'm gonna tell you something. I have not seen Beauty and the Beast since I was a little kid. I actually saw it in theaters with my parents. My parents were like in tears, like blown away by it, and I just was not into it. And plus, I was still very young. I was at an age where I wasn't antsy or making a fuss or anything, but I was at that age where I'm a little kid. I want to run around and do stuff. I don't want to sit alone in a dark room with loud sounds for several hours. So it wasn't quite my thing, but I do remember a lot of imagery from the movie. I remember the rose petal under the dome, the rose under the dome. I remember the part where like Belle's dad like tries, I forgot, he goes to the castle and beats it, and I think he's like, oh, I need a place to stay. He's like, oh, I'll give you a place to stay, and locks him in the dungeon. I remember that scene, but I don't remember a whole lot more than that. I will go ahead and see it again someday. I saw the Great Mouse Detective in theaters. That one I remember, the only scene I really remember, it was at a friend's birthday party. They rented out a theater, so it was me and a bunch of friends who were in this movie theater. And I think they might have had the lights on for us so that we could actually just walk around and be loud and we're not disturbing the other people in the theater or anything like that. And then, what was it? But as far as home videos, we had Pinocchio, which I liked. I liked Pinocchio. I guess that was a bit more of an action-y kind of movie and is about a small boy. So maybe it appealed to me a little more. Maybe I could relate to it better. And some of the action elements, like the Pleasure Island sequence where they get turned into donkeys and Pinocchio escapes. And then there's when they get swallowed by the whale. That was exciting. So I remember it. I remember this. I don't even know if I remember it. I just know the song just because it's been such a cultural icon outside of the movie itself. Yeah, so I like Pinocchio. I remember several times, like, electing to, okay, I'm gonna pop in Cinderella, and I just was not into it. I didn't like it that much. I just would get bored. It's not like I never thought, I don't like this movie. I would just start watching it, and then I'd just start playing with toys or something while the movie was going. I didn't really pay much attention to the movie. Then What else was there? Yeah, I think there was Cinderella. I think it's the only other movie we had in the house. But, and then I think it was in '94, Snow White came out on VHS. And, oh, actually, I liked Alice in Wonderland. I liked all the crazy creatures in that movie. And the very nature of it, it's so, like, imaginative and spontaneous. That kept my attention. I really liked that. Alice in Wonderland and Pinocchio was pretty much what I liked. The Alice in Wonderland I had was recorded off TV, though. So I had the commercials in it. And sadly, I have that tape. And this must have been recorded in the late 80s. But at some point, my parents used it and reused the tape in 94, 95 to watch a bunch of NYPD Blue. And so it's good to have a bunch of some commercials from 95 on the tape. But the commercials that would have been on Alice in Wonderland in, like, the late 80s would have been so much better. So it's like, okay, I lost that tape, but at least it's not like it got recorded over the tennis match or something totally lame like that, where there's not even any commercials that are interesting for preservation purposes. Speaking of videotapes, you can't see it, but to my setup, I added my VCR that has DVD out. I added my VCR that has HDMI out for my setup in terms of capturing and preserving videotapes and burning DVDs, because it also has a DVD burner and copier in it. So that'll be something I will be taking advantage of, including for some things I want to do for this stream. So, what do I think of the Princess and the Frog retheming of Splash Mountain? Mixed feelings. I mean, it's always nice when I understand the context into which people could find the Song of the South theming disrespectful or problematic. I mean, that's a word that's kind of lost its meaning. It's a word that's lost all its grit. But I can understand how people could find the Song of the South theming worthy of debate as to whether or not it's appropriate or respectful. I was always in favor of releasing Song of the South on Blu-ray or DVD or Blu-ray, and maybe including some segments explaining the context for the scenes in the movie and why it's considered controversial, or how I forgot his name, just flew out of my head because I have to actually say his name. How the actor wasn't able to attend he wasn't able to find a hotel during the premiere of the movie because there are no hotels that allowed black guests in the. If they could add some educational aspects to them, as extras, I think, or maybe have a commentary with some people who have an educated background in it, that you could also watch in addition to the straight movie. I think there was some value to be had in that. But as far as the retheming of Splash Mountain, it's kind of funny because for decades and decades, Splash Mountain was really the only remnant of Song of the South and anything Disney related. But it's kind of frustrating to me for two reasons. One, the aspects of Song of the South that Splash Mountain was based on were the most unobjectionable aspects of the movie. In fact, they're probably the first exposure a lot of people, including myself, had to a lot of black folklore like the Brer Rabbit stories. And even after they never really pushed home releases of A Song of the South or released it, the audio tapes, they had audio tapes based entirely on the Beast Fable black folklore sections of Song of the South, which was my first exposure to the story. I have so many family members, like my uncle, who was the one who inspired me to grow my hair out and wear the locks. The Brer Rabbit stories were very dear to him, as a part of a black American cultural heritage and his own personal history. So it's kind of frustrating that I wonder how I didn't really do any research into this, but how many of the people that were calling for Song of the South theming to be taken out of Splash Mountain, how many of them were black? I'm sure there were a lot, but sometimes you'll have situations where, like, for instance, once, like, Benedict Cumberbatch, he was advocating on some British late-night talk show, I believe. He was advocating for more roles for non-white actors in television and movies. And so he's described it as, I want, something to the effect of, I want more roles for colored people in movies and television. and a bunch of American... It seemed to me like a lot of white American teenagers got offended and were calling for boycotts of Benedict Cumberbatch's movies and television shows, saying that he used a racist term. But he said, well, first off, just the understanding of what the word colored means in the UK as opposed to the US, depending on the context and the history of how that term is used there as opposed to here, it shows a lack of understanding about that, in my opinion. I mean, for someone that's supposed to be so culturally sensitive, whereas I understand it in the UK, colored, I mean, in parts of the US as well, colored isn't an offensive term. I mean, there's a difference between, like, oh, that colored boy robbed me, or something like that, or, oh, that colored boy's gonna steal my wallet, or as opposed to, like, oh, there's a colored woman in aisle 6 who, you know, just trying to describe what someone looks like, so there's a lot of people not understanding the context of what he was saying and why he was saying it. Oh, yes, it's complicated. It's complicated. You read into it. I don't have time to recall the whole history of it here, but there are different elements to different. There are different elements to different elements to different parts of what appeared in Song of the South that came from different sources. Yeah, so it's kind of funny just seeing the most unobjectionable part, what I see as the most unobjectionable part of that movie get stripped and replaced with, I mean, it's obvious why they did this, because Princess and the Frog is the only other movie with nearly all black cast that Disney has to go into in terms of animated movies to retheme the ride based on. But the thing about that, I wasn't offended by the fact that, I mean, by nature of the fact that it's a retelling of the Frog Prince, you know, the transformation elements are what they are. But the fact that your only other movie involving black characters to try to use to very, I guess, as cleanly as possible, make amends for any perceived offense over the, inclusion of those elements of the movie in any sense in this ride. And then it's a movie where, yeah, the two main characters are black, but like 70% of the movie they're frogs. And I like transformation as a theme in fiction, and it's always one of those ways you could have your characters be in some kind of danger, have something bad happen to them without any mortal peril or danger of death for the most part. So I'm not offended to its use, but the fact that your only other like black animated film with a lot of black leads happens to be a movie where 70% of the only film they are in the form of frogs. So it's like, so it's just kind of like, I mean, there are people who were genuinely offended by that when the movie came out. I wasn't among them, but I could understand the reason for the concern. But yeah, let's see. I liked Pinocchio and Alice in Wonderland. By '94, when Sleeping Beauty came out on video, I guess I grew up enough that I liked that. What movies did I see in theaters? We had Pocahontas on video, I really didn't care about it. I saw Lion King in theaters, didn't really care about it. Had it on video, only watched it once. Had it on video since the 90s. I mean, if it's all a matter of if it's perceived to be disrespectful or not, because it's like, if I'm not offended by them having black dialects, it all just depends on if I was never offended. I never grew up feeling offended by it. And mind you, now that being, like, when I first saw Star Wars Episode 1, I was not offended by Jar Jar Binks, but when he first appeared on screen and I see how he acts and talks, I'm like, and mind you, I'm not some, college know-it-all who wants to try to pretend to be an expert on racial archetypes or anything, but even as a little kid, I'm like, I remember sitting in the theater thinking, is this some kind of archetype? Is this like some kind of minstrel show thing going on? I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at. I'm not offended, but I'm not sure if I'm entirely comfortable with it. And that aside, Jar Jar was just a clunkily executed character. And the fact that so many of his scenes and lines could be removed with no impact to the overall outcome of the story, I think attests to that. That there's scenes where he's laying back with his feet in the air, and his feet are just in the corner of the screen for no reason, as Padme and Anakin are talking, and his feet are just deliberately blocked in the frame just to remind us that he's there. And it's like, I don't want to. Why do I need to see? Why do I need his feet to be in the frame? He's not contributing anything to this scene. He's just sleeping. And I made sure that some part of him was visible in the frame. Yeah, I could only speak for myself. I'm personally not offended by it. I think someone with maybe a more, who did more, maybe has more in-depth knowledge of racist archetypes in media, maybe could give a bit more of an informed opinion or a bit more of a scholarly opinion, but I was never offended by it, me personally, and mind you, I'm like I remember being like 4 or 5 years old, we had Peter Pan on video. That's another tape we had. I remember seeing Peter Pan, and the depiction of the Native Americans in that movie. I'm like, this is messed up. Like, I remember thinking that. You don't have to be, a archetypal SJW, pink-haired college student to see this. I'm like, okay, this is not a respectful depiction of First Nations people of North America. You notice, like, I remember being a little kid, there was I had a Disney tape with a bunch of Christmas cartoons on it. And this is an older tape, this must have been from the 80s or 70s. And there was like Santa was inspecting toys in his workshop, and there were a bunch of toys, talking dolls that he was examining. And there were a bunch of white talking dolls, and one would say, like, the doll would say, "Ma, ma," and then the next doll would say, "Ma, ma," and then there was a black doll with, like, the pickaninny, like, archetype hairstyle that says, "Mammy!" And I was like, okay, had no education in the Mammy archetype or anything. I just recognized, okay, that's some kind of weird racist bullshit and whatever. I mean, I still watched the cartoon, I was offended by it, but I recognize when there's stereotypical or disrespectful archetypes in animation, and you're the one that it's targeting, you recognize things like that. You don't need an education necessarily to even pick up on that. So when people say, "Oh, it's just kids, they don't care," I really can't relate to that. Or just people just underestimate the intelligence of children, I guess, sometimes. But as for Song of the South, at least for the Beast Fable sections of it, I was never offended by it. It's good that they care enough to try something. I mean, to a certain extent, you have to take a certain cynical look at those type of things. Songs like Zippity Doo Dah Troublesome, I was never offended. I never found a problem with it, me personally. I mean, isolated from the context of the greater film, it is totally unoffensive. In the context of the film, yeah, you could have some interesting conversations about that. There've been complaints and discussions of it for years. It just really hasn't gotten a lot of mainstream attention. Just like how there's been criticism of the name of the Washington Redskins for decades, and it just really, when a lot of people just weren't allowed to have a voice, so they just were never, the things they've been saying for decades weren't really taken seriously until relatively recently. I mean, there's a clip of George Carlin talking about it, and he's like, should they change the name of it? And I think what he said was like, well, I think he said, like, I don't feel like they should be forced to change the name for it, but as to whether or not it's disrespectful, I can't answer that because I'm not from the native tribes of America, so I can't speak to that. And so I pretty much agree with that take. Listen to the people that different things affect. But what was it? I know, like, even Nostalgia Critic was talking about the native depictions in Peter Pan, but I never was into Peter Pan. No, that's funny, because Pinocchio I liked, but I did just theorize that maybe that's because it was about a young boy, and there was a lot of action scenes, but Peter Pan, you had, you know, it was about a bunch of young boys. You have pirates, and they're flying, and there's sword fights, and so there's a lot to, I guess, that's exciting or thrilling, and it's about young boys, but I just never really attached to Peter Pan the way I did to Pinocchio. Mind you, I have not seen Pinocchio since the 90s. But I remember the scene where they're eaten by the whale, I would always make my mom, get my mom to make me a tuna fish sandwich, because I'm like 4 or 5 or something like that at the time. So it's like, oh, they're fish in the show, they're fish in the movie, now I have to eat fish in real life. So I was a funny little kid like that. Yeah, they did a better job with the Pocahontas films, but with the Pocahontas films, it's like, how is it? There's a question to be had if taking that kind of history, like a real woman's history, and sort of changing it the way they did with these fantasy elements. You know, because a lot of the other source material were myths or legends, or like in Pinocchio was a children's novel that I think might have been maybe 30 or 40 years old at the time the animated version came out. There are a lot of the changes in they made to, like, I read the novel for Pinocchio. It is kind of wild because, like, when they get turned into donkeys in the Disney version, they just get transformed into donkeys. But how it works in the novel, it almost works like in the Sonic the Hedgehog games when Robotnik turns animals into robots, where there's like an outer robot body, but inside there's still the original animal that they were transformed from. Like when when Sonic breaks open the robot, the animal's inside and escapes, and it kind of getting turned into a donkey works like that in Pinocchio, because I think, if I remember correctly, Pinocchio gets turned into a donkey, and it's not like in the animated version. I think he just gets like ears and a tail. In the book, he actually gets fully turned into a donkey, and he escapes the land of toys, as it's called. And I think he falls into a lake with piranhas in it, and the piranhas eat off the outer donkey body, but he's still a puppet boy beneath it. So it's like almost kind of like a costume that he's trapped inside instead of like a physical, more literal transformation, which is even weirder than in the movie, which already gave kids nightmares. But all right. So let's see, Lion King. I remember seeing Lion King. I watched it. It really didn't stick with me, but I liked it. Aladdin I saw in theaters. I didn't really get attached to it. I liked it on video. On home video, I liked Aladdin a lot. So the Disney movies I liked. I liked Sleeping Beauty. I liked Sleeping Beauty, even though I really only remember the final battle at the end. So I liked Pinocchio. I liked Alice in Wonderland. I liked Sleeping Beauty. I like Pinocchio, Alice in Wonderland, Sleeping Beauty. Yeah, I also liked Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Good. And I liked Aladdin. That's really the extent of my list of what I watched as a kid. I never saw Mulan in any form on video or on... yeah, I didn't see Mulan on video or in theaters. The last Disney animated film I saw in theaters, not counting Princess and the Frog, is that I just went just to support the fact that they actually made a cel-animated movie, even though they kind of set it up for failure by releasing it so close to Tangled anyway. That's another story. And also other elements which we've already kind of touched into in the in the chat discussion today. But Sleeping Beauty, yeah, the last Disney movie I saw in theaters was Hercules, which they did an incredible job at making a G-rated version of Hercules' origin story. I could say that for sure. 101 Dalmatians. I saw that as... I saw it, but it didn't really leave I saw it on tape once, it didn't really leave much of an impression on me. Oh, I saw The Little Mermaid in theaters back when it first came out, and I didn't really attach. It didn't really do much for me. I remember the themes and thinking it was interesting. I just never cared about it. And we never had it on video either. I have not seen that since the 90s. I have not watched The Little Mermaid. I haven't properly watched that since in theaters. Oh, thank you. You reminded me of this. The Rescuers. My grandmother had The Rescuers on VHS. And I actually have that copy now because a few months ago my grandmother sent me all of her old Disney VHS tapes. The Rescuers were... Oh, that's another thing. I saw The Rescuers Down Under in theaters, but I didn't know it was a sequel to something. Not that you really need to see the first Rescuers to understand what's going on in The Rescuers Down Under. But all I remember from that movie is the image of the kid riding on the eagle, and the scene where the bad guy's keys are missing, and he's like, "Oh, what happened to my keys? They didn't get up and walk away." For some reason, I just remember that particular line. And I have not seen The Rescuers Down Under since since it came out in theaters, believe it or not. But The Rescuers I did watch a lot when I was at my grandmother's house, and my grandmother lived far out of state. We had to like take a plane ride to see her. So whenever we visited her house every several years, it was a big deal going to her house and seeing all the VHSs that she had, or tapes as we called them back then. Oh, yeah, Madame Medusa is not... you know what, I think I have the VHS... The version of the VHS that has the infamous, unintended, adult image of a woman, a topless woman that's in the background of one of the scenes. That just ended up in the background somehow. I do have, I think it's the version that has that in it. Not that it's special to me, and I never noticed it as a kid. And even if I did notice it as a kid, I probably wouldn't have thought much of it. I mean, yeah, I can't think what else could possibly have been going on. Yeah, so I like The Rescuers. I liked The Rescuers. I liked Sleeping Beauty. I liked Pinocchio was probably my favorite, the one I watched the most. I liked Aladdin. I liked... Yeah, that's pretty much... And the last one I saw in theaters was Hercules, which I have not watched since in theaters. And after that, I was just never interested enough in those movies to get my parents to take me to the theater or to get the videotapes. So that's pretty much my history with Disney animated movies. And then I saw The Princess and the Frog when that came out in theaters. You know, I remember reading I remember reading somewhere that at one point there were plans to have a crossover with Madame Medusa and Cruella de Vil in the 80s as an animated feature. And that's kind of crazy because Disney licensed both the source material for The Rescuers and for 101 Dalmatians. Hey, Cat's Eye. Hey, no apologies necessary. It's nice to see you in chat. We're gonna play, probably just for... I'm gonna play one more match of Pac-Man Championship Edition and move on to a brief intermission for me to change my audio volume, Why don't I... Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. And take a swig of water. I'm going to reset the timer here for 5 minutes. And that's exactly how long a match of Pac-Man Championship Edition takes, because all matches of this game are 5 minutes. And then I'll do a short intermission. We've been talking a lot about Disney movies, and sort of my feelings on, you know, which ones I liked, which ones I didn't like, some of the more controversial aspects of some of the films. Hunchback of Notre Dame. Thanks for you can see the fact that you need to even manually remind me of these movies gives you a sense of the sort of impact they kind of didn't have. I saw the Hunchback of Notre Dame. I saw that in theaters when it came out. I remember the day I went. I had a bunch of I went with a bunch of family. I was actually at my grandmother's house out of state when we saw it, and I think I saw it with her. And I remember just thinking that this was just a strange theme for a movie, and now knowing, I'd never read the actual novel, but knowing what's the actual novel, I'm like, what was Disney thinking adapting this into a children's musical? Like, what the heck happened to make that even become a thing? But, I'm playing this on the Namco... Oh, excuse me. This whole time I forgot to where, no, that's not, I need, Okay, where is it? I need to turn off. There we go. Yeah, I forgot. I'm playing this on the Switch here. This Switch is not just for show. I'm actually playing the game on the Switch. Actually, let me... Well, now that I've stopped the game, let me... Well, let me pause. I'm going to reset the timer, and we'll take it from there. Yeah, so I have Namco Museum Archives Volume 1. I don't have Volume 2 yet. I will get Volume 2. I know it has Galaga on there, which is an old favorite of mine. But I'll get that just for Quinty, or Mendel Palace, as it was released in North America for the NES, which was famous for being Game Freak's first video game. And I actually do have that on the NES. I got it a number of years ago, and I was sort of regretting, oh, I'd like to play Quinty/Mendel Palace someday, but I don't have any means to play my NES carts direct to HDMI. But now I have the means to do so, which is great. Now, because I could just get, when I get Pac-Man Archives Volume 2, I mean, Namco Archives Volume 2. Oh, you messed up the schedule? Well, apparently I put on the schedule I put on Twitter, I put that I was streaming at 2, but then everything else I did, I put in that I was streaming at 3. I just want to get rid of that. So it's not, because that, when that my little egg timers I have on my table go off, they go off for 30 seconds, they beep for 30 seconds straight, and no one wants to sit around hearing that for 30 seconds when I only have 5 minutes of gameplay left in Pac-Man for today's session. Alright. But let's see if we could beat my, my record. When I was doing my audio tests earlier, I ended up beating my high score, my 4th place high score, and I wasn't even trying to seriously play the game. So I was happy with myself there. I wish I could have got it on camera, but it's not like I'm going for a high score attack or something like that. So... But, yeah, so tomorrow I'll be streaming at 3 as well. The same 2 games, Final Fantasy VII and Pac-Man. Oh my gosh, that was so hairy. If I had just dedicated to making that right turn, I would have Oh, that was just foolish. That was just silly. But sometimes, like, you have to just make these turns so fast that my thumb kind of doesn't know what to do, and I end up doing something silly that gets me killed. But I got all 4 of them there to make up for it, so... There we go. There we go, just... Okay, we got about 2 minutes and change left. Oh my gosh. I need to make the fruit appear. Oh my god. I need to make the fruit appear, and I just couldn't. You have to eat a certain number of dots in order to cause the bonus item to appear. Oh, like I said, this gets so fast that it's hard to just even make the turns in time, even if I know the obvious only move there is to do. My thumb just won't quite keep up with it. I'm not sure if that may be because of other issues, but that would be personal to me in terms of fine motor control, but it's good enough that I can play the game, so I'll take what I can get. Okay. Oh, that corner there is such a trap. My schedule says tomorrow at 2. Yeah, I messed up. I guess I changed my mind between when I made the schedule. I made all my other images. Yeah, I messed up. I'm gonna just go delete that schedule, and just because I mean it's already, the damage is kind of already done at this point. But if you're interested, it'll be tomorrow at 3, because all the other materials I made promoting the stream show 3 o'clock. So I'm just gonna go ahead with 3. Okay, only a minute left. What kind of score can I rack up in that last minute of gameplay? Yeah, there we go. That's what I like to see. Just go straight across here. And yeah, got him. I love that. I love when you hit him at the same time. You get the bonus fruit. Oh my gosh, please. It's when there's less than a minute left and you take a death, it's really tough to watch. Pac-Man have to go through the death animation and then very slowly regenerate. Oh, see, look at that. I have 20 seconds left, and shucks, man, I have to hurry up and see how many points I can get. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Oh, okay, that's it. That's the game then. Let's see if I placed. I have a feeling I did pretty good there. I definitely placed somewhere in my top 10. Let's see what kind of score we get. Oh, I didn't even place. I guess as my scores get better and better, it's going to be harder for me to place. So, here's what's going to happen. I'm just going to set this up. I'm going to set my egg timer now. Or just do it while... I'm going to go away for about 5 minutes. 5 minutes tops, not like I'm going away AFK. I'm just going to go and just get the next game loaded up and adjust my audio settings for the next game. So this isn't like a major intermission. I'm just switching games because Final Fantasy VII is a lot louder than this game, so I have to adjust the audio accordingly, or else I want the game audio and the soundtrack for my microphone and the game soundtrack to be in balance. So I'll be back in a minute. During which, oh, there we go. So we'll just set that for 5 minutes, and I will be back in 5 minutes tops. And I'm back about on time. A tad early. But let's get started with FF7. Now, let's see, I didn't really do any leveling up because I would have had to go all the way, I would have had to climb back down the wreckage between Sector 7, the Sector 7 wreckage that's between Sector 6 and the upper plate. Now, for demonstration purposes, I guess, we'll take another, maybe a 10-minute break in an hour and a half or so. Or 5 to 10-minute break, see how I feel, but I'll have to get up and stretch a bit. But I want to do the stairwell first. I want to do the stairwell just to show what it's like, but I actually do want to go in through the front door. I'm not going for a speed run, and I think it might be a cool chance to level up. So, you got to get there somehow. I don't have time to argue with you. Get going. Yo, Tifa, don't go alone. Wait a minute, Cloud. Oh. Okay, I didn't mean to drag them back down here. Okay, so they're already running upstairs. Now, I'm doing this mainly just for the dialogue, because we're going to the 60th floor, and you actually do have to go up 60 flights of stairs. I'm just interested to see. I just want to show off how ridiculous this is. Alright. Don't know why the hell we gotta climb. Because we don't want to start a commotion until we've saved Aerith. And if that's possible. Hehehe. And yeah, like, climbing stairs like this, it really is not a joke. Knock it off, you're giving me the creeps. Even if you're not running, I have walked up a flight of stairs similar to this once. It wasn't in a building, but yeah, stairs are no joke. So even if you fight for someone else, I guess I figured you wrong. Who cares what you figured? I'm just saying, maybe I was wrong. Hehehe. What's that supposed to mean, Tifa? How much further do these stairs go on? Why don't you ask them? It's not one of them endless stairways or something, is it? Of course not. They say endless stairways like that's a thing that exists outside of Mario 64. Right, couldn't be that. Are we there yet? I forgot how silly this gets. Not yet. Sorry, just had a little itch on my arm. There yet? I said not yet. It's just crazy that, yo. Look, don't even ask. We are way, way, way far away from being there, okay? Oh, let's see what this item is. I forgot you do get some items. Received elixir. What does elixir even... Okay, what does elixir even do? Potion, Gatling gun, grenade, arrange by type. So, high potion, elixir, fully restores HP and MP. I don't know, it's funny because I kind of... Damn, man, I've had it. I'm going back. I think I'm going to make an... It'll take just as long to go down as it did to come up. Barrett. Because I really do... It's been... Even like in 2002 when I played, I did take the stairs. So I just know you eventually get to an elevator and enemies keep attacking you as you go up the stairwell. Yeah, well, all I know is I'm only flesh and blood, except for this arm of mine. Don't treat me like I'm some ex-soldier or something. What about me? I'm human too. What do you want? Oh, do what you want. I'm going on. Tifa, huh? Yeah, Barrett, you go first. What, are you ignorant? I didn't mean that. Alright, alright. Cloud, you go on ahead too. How they dealt with this in the remake was fantastic. It's just unfortunate that there was no option to storm the front door, because that would have looked cool in HD too. But to program a scenario that complex just to see this an alternate turn of events, when if you only had to choose one or another, just for the comedy factor alone, the stairs are really what's worth it. I don't know, I just have this odd itch on my arm where I keep feeling there's an ant on my arm, but there's not. Which I especially kind of find odd, because ants aren't really a problem I have in this house or in this room, so... Alright. And it's very convenient that there are no other doors other than the one to the 60th floor. Huff, man, I'm beat. Marlene, Daddy wanted to see your face one more time. Would you stop acting like a so-and-so and climb? It's just a bit more. Maybe. I guess if you count this, you actually can get a sense of how many stairs you've climbed up. The speed run, at least the last time I was aware of it, the speed run actually does take the stairs because they take so long, but they're totally consistent. Whereas the elevator can potentially take longer, but it's take shorter, but it's totally random. I mean, if you're fully equipped and you know you're ready to take on the challenges... Oh, here we are, at the top. Finally made it. Never want to see no more stairs the rest of my life. And huff, 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 puff, I'm beat. But here we are, we better get ready. Okay. Let me turn up my volume a bit. Okay, let's see what's going on. Where's the save point? Don't tell me there's no doggone save point. Hey Cloud, we came this far. You thinking of going back down to the first floor? No. Yeah, that's right. Let's go on. So we have the bombing mission theme going on now. Okay. Destroy the intruders. But here they appear to be human soldiers, and if I remember this correctly, when you fight them, they're some kind of crazy monster. Yeah, they're like crazy robots, but on the overworld, they just look like human beings. Or maybe, I guess they're guys in armor suits, but they did not look like that in the overworld, for sure. Yeah, now, yeah, that's definitely not a person in there. Or if it is, it's some kind of mutated person, I don't know. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot. I gave someone sense materia. This is my first time playing this since the last stream. Not counting Mighty Grunt. These are what these guys are called. Okay. Mighty Grunt B. We're just gonna team up. We're gonna gang up on one at a time. Double shot. I wonder if their name changes once they lose the outer armor. Mighty Grunt... Oh, they're still just called Mighty Grunt B. Or Mighty Grunt A or whatever. Oh, he dodged that one. Double shot. Oh yeah, Cloud took that one. Because I equipped Cloud with the, I forgot. I know I equipped him with the materia to do the guard thing. I don't know if he's actually equipped to actually counterattack as well. Or if maybe only countering happens sometimes. Just the way he shuffles back and forth in place. You know what it kind of reminds me of? It reminds me of the Dom Mobile Suit from Mobile Suit Gundam, where they have those sort of hovercraft skirts on their feet, so they kind of look like they're skating around. That's kind of what it looks like to me. Got a lot of gil for that. Okay, let's... Oh. What's this? Received item, keycard 60. Okay. Let's see what materia he has. He has... Protects allies. He has cover and all. Does he have... Is there... Does he need all? Yeah, he doesn't have... I thought he had all in counter. I mean, I thought he had cover and counter, which would have been a cool combo, but... Yeah, I guess he doesn't have counter materia, not that it matters much now. If there is counter materia, I have no chance to go back and get it. Yeah, if I saw counter materia, I feel like I would have. Now look at this is so the scale of this is incredible. Because think of the height, like the plates, the regular sector plates are already I think about as tall as the Chrysler building from ground level. Then the reactors tower above the city plates. And then the Shinra building towers above the reactors. Like this but then they want to the building's only like 70 floors, which is kind of how could this huge building, which is maybe like 4 counting the structure that holds the plate up that the building's sitting on top of, we're maybe 3 or 4 times the height of any real-life skyscraper that I'm aware of from ground level. And that's one thing I wish they... I don't know if they touch on this in Remake, but... So I can go down to the first floor? Let's see what happens if I go to the first floor. Oh, so I can go back and save. That's cool. I want to save... Where should I save? Yeah, I'll just save in Game 4. From now on, I'll play from Game 4. That'll be my main file. I don't know... for whatever reason, I just felt reluctant to save over the file where I still had the option of storming the front door. Okay, cool. It's a place where we could grind a bit. That's nice. Fire. Let's use sense on this guy. Okay. Attack with equipped weapon. Oh, it doesn't tell me any info on like what he's weak to. Alright. I feel like we're taking this guy up pretty quick. Alright. Alright, we just... You can level up a little bit. Alright, and there's the, some vehicles we'll be utilizing later. Minor spoiler there. Okay, just get a few random battles. I don't mind this. Alright. Grenade combatant. Yeah, if you've got grenades, I definitely want to take you out quick, because... Grenades are no joke. That's why I carried a bunch of them with me. When we get to the... There's kind of a boss rush as we get towards the end of this section. And we're probably... Can I be? HP 130, 130? Alright. I guess maybe only for certain enemies. I thought this told you his weakness or something like that. But I guess I was remembering it incorrectly. Now... Alright, cool. I'm constantly paranoid that I forget to take... Oh, we get a free grenade from him. So, that's one more grenade than I actually planned on having. Alright. Let's go back up to the 60th floor. You go into the elevator, and, well, I guess you are... The elevator makes it look like you're already elevated above the city. I like the polygonal elements on the... Or is that pre-rendered? Or is it like a mix of polygon and pre-rendered on the right there? Oh, you can talk to them. I hope Aerith is alright, says Tifa. Bear says, this is the real thing. Don't let your guard down. Yeah, I think they did a cooler job explaining how they're able to get through with minimal security problems. But the transition there was cool. Zooming in on the security camera of the sleeping guard. So, what are you doing? Unauthorized personnel aren't allowed here. Your kind don't belong here. Go on, get out. What is that supposed to mean, your kind don't belong here? Like, they just automatically know that this is Avalanche or something? Well, that's kind of odd, but... Now, I remember the general gist of this. I don't remember all of it, though. Look at all them guards running around. Cloud, you go on ahead and signal us when it's safe to move. Okay. Hey there, what do you think you're doing there? Now, on one hand, this sucks because as you fight these guys, eventually it just sort of you're gonna focus on one at the same time. I set it for slow so I could just attack with magic. Okay, just for that one magic attack, I'm going to focus on the one that already had fewer HP done, fewer damage done to him. Oh, Barrett's got his limit break ready. Alright. I'm going to use fire to save our limit for the next battle. I'm not going to save it to the boss, because that's a long ways off. Alright, we took him out. What the hell you doing? Man, you gotta do it again. Alright, let's get our potions. Man, I feel like I should have brought along a lot more potions, but okay. Got it. I don't understand why. Wait for the soldiers to turn, then press A to signal the others. Like, why do I have to... It's so odd that... Why would Cloud be able to... In the context of the actual game universe, there's no reason that Cloud would be able to tell what's going on, but the others wouldn't, so he has to signal them. Because they all have just as good visibility as when Cloud was doing the same thing. Having flashbacks of the courtyard sequence in Ocarina of Time. But now I have to sneak across. Okay. Why would they have these guards just stand in this one spot walking back and forth over like this 10-foot area? It's kind of odd. But I did at least have okay. Wow, I made it past with only one mess up. Okay, we're gonna rock. Remember, we're here to save Aerith. Hell, I know that. Alright, so we're going up. It seems sort of odd that you're already in... They did a great job redoing how they interpreted this room here in the remake. But it is so weird that a guy with a machine gun on his arm, a guy with a giant sword, can walk around in a place like this. I remember seeing your face before. You new here? Say, you're cute. Let me teach you some things. Things? Or, I'm kinda in a hurry. Let's hear it. What's things? Wipe that stupid look off your face. I was only going to teach you how to get to the next floor. The higher-ups in the company use the floors above the 60th floor, but you can't get there without a key card. Get a key card and you can use the elevators freely. Voila, hear that sound and the door will open. Just remember, there are different types of cards. One key card won't let you go everywhere. For example, key card 60 only takes you to the 60th floor. Key card 65 only takes you to the 65th floor. It's a security system worthy of Shinra. After all, they control everything in Midgar, and the world for that matter. Oh, I have to go. Gotta get back to work. Very odd that in this situation where there have just been multiple major terrorist attacks, including one, I mean, that was a false flag, but they don't know that. These normal Shinra employees don't know that that was a false flag. including one that destroyed 1/8 of the entire city. What's keeping her? Did she forget her keycard? Even employees can't access floors above the 60th without a keycard. Let's see what this guy says. The hell are you doing around here? Where's Aerith or ... Oh, I see. You must be whatchamacallit, Shinra Inc. Repair Division? You know, this building looks like it's starting to fall apart. This door was just pushed open. You ought to fix this right away. Oh, and take a look at the other floors too. Here, take this. You see a guy with a giant sword on his back, and a guy with a machine gun for an arm, and a scantily clad bartender. And it's like, oh, this must be the repair division. Let me give you a key card. I'm going to tell you to just go to the security desk and get the key card if you're an authorized person. This is the lounge floor. Above us are the special floors for the company bigwigs. It's tough working under someone. It wears you out. Let's see what's this. Is this where we talked to you yet? The door's stuck right open. Better fix this right away. Okay, we already talked to them. And... oh, it's keeping you. Did you forget her key card? Okay. Let's talk to this person here. I thought I heard a ruckus downstairs a minute ago. Do you know what that was all about? No idea, but no need to worry because everything above the 60th floor is safe. Okay, oh, it's these two talking to each other, so you don't get any new dialogue there. And this is... okay. That's the person who's talking about how working for the boss wears you out. So we're just gonna keep... can we go up from here? Yeah, we can. 62. Actually, I do think... do we need to go in the elevator and go up one floor? Is that what's going on here? Yeah, let's see. 61. Because if we went to... oh, this is 61 already. Okay. Because before us was this... we walked up to the 60th, then he went to 61. Let's go to floor 62, because I think the stairwell would have taken us straight to floor 63. I remember missing the Shinra Library, which they did an incredible reimagining of in the remake. Here's the mayor's office. Domino. And you might be? Oh. All of you must be, ahem. I'm me, Domino, the mayor of Midgar. Actually, I'm mayor in name only. The city and everything in it is really run by Shinra Inc. My real job is watching over Shinra's documents. Me, the mayor, a librarian? Oh. You want to get upstairs? I'll tell you what, if you can guess the password, I'll give you my key card. Yes, that's it. Guess the password and I'll give you my key card. Get it on the first try and I'll even throw in a special item. Got it? Then tell me. Wait a second. Because let's see, let's try to solve this puzzle. Okay. Hard, did you speak with the mayor? A password? Oh, I get it. He's got way too much time on his hands, but you really can't blame him. Everything in Midgar is controlled by President Shinra. Who would have thought that someone with the rank of president has more control over the cap than a person called the mayor, but... what do you want to know? Help. Alright, sure. As a public servant, it's my job to serve the needs of the people, so here's a hint. For 500 gil, let's give them the money. Oh, well, thank you very much. Now listen. On this floor are 4 research libraries for 4 different sections of Shinra Inc. Parts of the password are hidden in each of the libraries. Pay careful attention to the files in each room. The name of each library is written on the plaque outside the door. So let's see here. Shinra Inc. Urban Development Research Library. 3. An illustrated guide to city planning. Midgar City Map, Sectors 0 through 4. New plans for urban planning. Okay. Materials are non-circulating. Please not remove any materials from this floor. I'm glad they had a television just to tell you that, but... okay. Let's see what's here. The Genova Project. I'm glad they just have a book about that lying on the shelf. File on Dr. Gast, biologist. Reactor construction chart. And that's Scientific Research Library. Modern History of Midgar Space Program, Volume 2. Research of failed space mission YA-79. Economic Report Space Development Program. This is the Space Dev Research Library. Click on the plate in front of each library to see what it is. Okay. They would have known about these monitors say really obvious stuff, but... Peace Preservation / Weapons Development Research Library. Peace Preservation, I see. Material production and its military uses. Heidegger's Shinra Peacekeeping Law. Economic Report Anti-Shinra Activities. This is the Public Order Weapon Development Library. Return materials where you found them. Do not mix materials from the other libraries. I don't know what kind of hints I'm supposed to be getting out of this. I'll ask. Give me the next hint. Fire it for sure. Here's a hint for 1,000. That's the last one I'm giving it. Okay, thank you very much. In each library will be one file mixed in from another library. Look carefully at the numbers on file. Oh, okay. So let's look at this again. Problems with plate construction in Midgar. Urban development. Okay, so plate construction is related to the construction of Midgar. Midgar city map. An illustrated guide to city planning. Midgar... Okay, there are multiple things I could look at. Midgar sectors 5 through 8. An illustrated guide to city planning. Okay, there's one object, but biological characteristics of the ancients. Okay, that doesn't belong. So, actually, I'm going to use my document here. Okay, so 1, I think that's what I'm trying to get at, is 1. The Genova Project. Okay, this one has to do the Genova. This is the science section. Data on experimental animals living near Midgar. The Genova Project. File on Dr. Gast. The Ancients in History. Reactor construction chart. Final evolutionary stages in land-dwelling life. Okay, so 1, 6. I really forgot all about this. I don't think I ever properly did this before. I think I just brute force guessed it. I didn't guess I wasn't clever enough to figure all this out. So, reactor construction. I mean, that is a reactor. You'd think would be science related, but that was more biology type science, whereas that was more mechanical science. Plan for new land weapons. Material production and its military uses. Ranked and extended use of Mako weaponry. Heidegger's Shinra Peacekeeping Law. Modern history of Midgar space program. Okay, that's 16. 6. Alright, so that book about space doesn't belong here because that's all about weapons and military stuff. And this should be all about space. Diminishing Mako energy and planet movements. Modern history of Midgar space program. Results of failed space station YS-79. Breakdown of soldier members by class 1. Or I'm Breakdown of soldier members by class. I mean, that shouldn't be there. Space dev report. Shinra rocket space travel. But I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with the parts Okay. I just want to take a look here. Anti-Shinra activities. Modern history of... Alright. Let's give this a shot. Uh... 1.6.16.1. Okay. There's one... I'm guessing the first letter of the... Okay, I think what's going on is like the first letter of each one is gonna... Of the... Biological characteristics of the ancients. Okay, so B... biological characters of the ancients. And that doesn't belong there because that's about urban development and city building. Then the ancients in history, File on Dr. Gast, Final Evolutionary Life, Reactor. Okay, B, Reactor Construction Chart. That doesn't belong there. So BR. I'm gonna get 4 letters that I guess will make a word, and that word will be. Okay, I think it's this last one that has Shinra rocket space travel, economic report, space development. Alright. Diminishing Mako energy, modern history, Midgar space travel. Did I mess up? Failed results of the space mission. B. Breakdown of soldier members by class. That. BRB. Heidegger's ranks and use of Mako energy. Modern history of. So I have BRBM. Oh wait, is it the letters of the alphabet? Hold on. Okay. A. There'd have to be 2 A's for it to be based on the number of the volume number. Okay. I don't want to have to. Got it and tell me. BRB. I don't know how I got that right. I really did. I thought I had a sense of what I was doing. I gave up. I just randomly chose bomb, and apparently that's it. Bomb. God, I love the sound of that. Bomb. I'm so angry, like a walking time bomb wanting to explode. Well, okay, here, take it. Receive key card 65. I never thought you'd get it on the first try. Just goes to show you can't judge a book by its cover. Oh well, a promise is a promise. Take this too. Received elemental materia. Why would I do something like this, you ask? Revenge, of course. Shinra's been torturing me for years. That's why I was a little rough on you just now. Go up there and really make them suffer. This ought to teach them. Heh heh heh. Okay. What is elemental? I got. Adds materia elements to equipped armor or weapon. I'll be honest, I'm not exactly sure what this is. Adds materia elements to equipped. So is it like ice elements or is it just elemental? I'm not even sure what that means. I'd have to look that up. That's partially why I never really get super deep into these kind of games. You can just get so complex so fast. Whereas like Paper Mario, like that I know it's a simpler, much simpler, different game to the point where it's, you know, a very light RPG, but I can follow those elements of, oh, equipping badges and this and that. This it just gets so esoteric so quickly that... Okay, what's this? What's in here? Can I... Okay, I can explore here. Beep beep, verifying keycard. Beep beep. Level B employee certified. You are permitted to open doors on this floor up to 3 times. If you receive an item coupon, remember to exchange it for an item. Warning, do not enter the air conditioning ducts. They are very dangerous. Yeah, I'll remember that. Thanks for... Okay, so I could open 3 doors. Open the door. Let's open this one. Get item B coupon. Okay. So I opened this one, and that one. So I know a path where I should be able to get at least one more different item. Wait, or should I? No, I don't want to use that one. Okay. Let's see. Air duct. Looks like I climb in here. Not yet. Coupon change. Why is there a coupon exchange machine in this evil office building? You can exchange your coupons for items here. The items you have. Please use caution. Once you have exchanged coupons for items, you may not select all clear. Oh. Okay. Okay, oh, wait. Oh, I can't do that again? Okay. It doesn't look like it could climb in here? That was odd. I guess that's just sort of a mini-game thing I can do. Yeah, I guess there was just this is some sort of mini game that lets you check and see what's going on in regards that lets you. All right, I'm just checking something on my. All right, there we go. All right, I just had to make sure everything was working properly. As I'd hate if I ruined someone's day who was watching me and... Okay. What's 64? What's in here? Locked. Now this is annoying if this is how I remember it. If this is what I think it is. It was a model of Midgar. You can see that Sector 8's still being constructed or something like that. And Sector 7... Okay. How do I interact with this? Midgar, a city born from the Earth's Mako. A model of the city. I think in the original version it says something really clunky like, this city was made wholly from Mako energy sucked from the ground. When construction of Sector 6 finishes, Shinra's plan will be complete. Oh, that's Sector 6 that's being built. That must be why I took Aerith. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Yeah, so we have to go through this thing where we have to replace the missing pieces of the City of Midgar model. But there's no real puzzle to it. All there is to this is finding received Midgar parts. I want to see what the flavor text for these says. I don't know why. Midgar parts. Part of the Midgar City model. Okay. Basically, I just go to chests. I put pieces of the city back together. And it sounds like something. Each time I put a piece of the city back in there, once I add a piece back to the model, another chest opens up. So this is not even a puzzle. It's just a procedural activity. It's like the card game War, where there's nothing you could do to affect whether you win or lose. You just draw cards, and eventually someone wins or loses. So with this, there's no element of... there's no puzzle element. I'm just doing this stuff that it wants me to do. And there's no way you could really get it wrong unless you just don't try anything. So this really is just a time sucker. Sounds like something opened up. Gee, could it be another chest with another piece of the Midgar model in it? Received key item Midgar parts. What is this? Oh. I don't know what's going on with the specific spot on my arm, but I keep feeling like there's an ant crawling all over it. And it's not the case at all. But model of Midgar City born from the... It keeps making me reread the flavor text over and over, and it's a little annoying. It's not the worst thing in the world. There's only one more piece of the city. Now, this was really tough to figure out on a tube set, because I couldn't quite figure out what was and what... And mind you, when I was first playing this, I had a much older tube set, and I'm surprised that it took me this long to hammer blaster. Let's use... It looks like a robot of some kind, so let's use our lightning magic on it. Oh, wow. That was, as they say in certain other games, it's super effective. Excuse me, I need to blow my nose. For the first time in weeks, I just have a slight runny nose. Alright, there we go. Actually, while I'm at it, I can also... Alright. Let's carry on as we were. Alright, another 50 minutes. I'll take an actual proper break. Because I have every intention of leaving Midgar tonight, and maybe even playing through the entire flashback that follows Midgar. I will take my time through it. I'm not rushing, but I'm not going to go ahead and just... I do want to actually enjoy this, because I've seen other people play through it where I can't go look at what I'm interested in or take my own time. Sounds like something opened up. I'm guessing it's that first treasure chest. Received key item, keycard 66. How does anyone else conduct business in this weird scenario where there's a model of the city you have to assemble? Is it just me, or does the conference room smells like there's some sort of stench coming from somewhere? Whew, I'm so sick of carrying all these files, but I get to meet a lot of guys. I guess that's a benefit of being a secretary. Yeah, that certainly has aged well. That stereotype. Okay. Phew. Okay. Some deep dialogue there. Hey, when you're in the bathroom, do you ever hear whispers coming from somewhere? They're having another executive meeting. I wonder if it's about that plate incident. That plate incident. I think they handle this a lot better in the remake, where you see a room full of emergency operators trying to send like rescue teams and to look for survivors, and people freaking out like, "Oh, my cousin lives in Sector 7. I can't call her." You know, gives me the feeling that I am alive. The feeling of moving this world just with my hands. Come on, we're building the future of Mako. Alright, you don't know what's going on. I just want to see what's in those rooms on the right. And at that point we could go and spy on the meeting. And, of course, the front door to... I like how the conference room has this freaking... bunker blast door on it. Okay. Flush. Climb up. Yeah, let's climb up. I like how they acknowledge in the remake they can't do that. They have to actually acknowledge that, yeah, Barrett isn't actually climbing in here with everyone because there's nowhere near enough space. And this is very appropriate music for the sneaking around thing, but... Jeez, that's a lot of suits. Actually, the Shinra Inc. like Doom theme would be more better for this, but we'll see. We have the damage estimates for Sector 7. Considering those factories we already set up and all the investments, the damage is estimated at approximately 10 billion gil. The estimated cost to rebuild Sector 7 is... We're not rebuilding. Sorry, I just wanted to... I'm taking screenshots for things I'm going to make later. But, so excuse me. Professor Shinra, we're not rebuilding. What? We're leaving Sector 7 as it is. And restarting the Neo Midgar plan. And I remember back when I was a little kid, when I read this scene, I'm like... Neo Midgar? You can't even take care of the Midgar you already have. You didn't even finish building the first Midgar, and you're just gonna... something's going on outside. I think there's some kind of machine running. Oh, there's a lawnmower going off outside. I hope that isn't too distracting, but I'm gonna keep on going. Then the Ancients? The Promised Land will soon be ours. This is not the right music. This needs the Shinra Inc. Doom theme. I want you to raise the Mako rates 15% in every area. Rate hike, tra-la-la, and please include our space program in the budget. Reeve and Scarlet will divide the extra income from the rate increase. Oh man. Well, I mean, sir, if you raise the rates, people will lose confidence. It'll be alright. The ignorant citizens won't lose confidence. They'll trust Shinra Inc. even more. Ha ha ha. After all, we're the ones who saved Sector 7 from avalanche. No, you... Not only did you not save Sector 7 from avalanche, you deliberately detached the plate and destroyed both the slums and the elevated city, so... I mean, you're the ones who sent in the rescue team, you could say that, but you definitely did not save Sector 7 from avalanche. That dirty so-and-so. Uh-oh, it's this guy. Hojo, how's the girl? As a specimen, she's inferior to her mother. I'm still in the process of comparing her to our mother at Valna. But for now, the difference is 18%. How long will the research take? Probably 120 years. It's impossible to finish in our lifetime, or in the lifetime of the specimen too, for that matter. That's why we're thinking of breeding her. Then we could create another one that could withstand our research for a long time. Yeah, that's not messed up at all. What about the Promised Land? Won't it hinder our plans? That's what I need to plan. The mother is strong, and yet has her weakness. Evil laugh. That concludes our meeting. And they all, get up and go somewhere. Oh, so you can't hear the lawnmower sound, huh? Something stinks. Scarlet. I think this is the first scene we're introduced to Scarlet. Yeah, I just have to neaten up my mustache a bit, even though you can't even see it on camera probably that well. They were talking about Aerith, right? I don't know. Probably. Let's follow him. I don't know, I just had this instinct that there's gonna be some kind of treasure I could find in here. But I think there is in the remake, but not in this version. I didn't get the impression because it was... I just really got the impression just because there are sections in some of the N64 in the two N64 Zelda games where you could... Can you enter now? Yay! I could enter the boardroom. I like that nice little parallax shift as you between the sky, that skybox in the background. Now, I mean, this is theoretically this is happening the same night of the pillar break. So it's amazing that that Reeve was already able to make an assessment for the cost of rebuilding Sector 7 just a couple of hours after the pillar fell, well, after the plate fell. I'm just gonna follow this creep and see what's going on. Alright, as long as it's not so bad. I remember him. That Hojo guy, he's in charge of the Shinra Science Department. Cloud, don't you know him? This is the first time I've actually seen him, so that's what he looks like. I guess he's not in the newspapers or anything in this world. They just kind of keep him a secret. Kind of like in Star Wars. Like, you always wonder, like, how much do normal people even know about Star Wars? Is he like, I mean, about Darth Vader? It's not like, oh, there's some place we're going to end up later on, but we'll just keep on moving for now. Oh, you can enter here. Can we talk to these people? Oh, you can't talk to him. You can't talk to these guys. Alright, that's kind of immersion breaking. Sample. Oh, you could get encounters here, okay. Hey, nice. Preemptive attack. We're gonna... Moth Slasher. What is that supposed to mean? Okay, whatever. We're just going to... These are robots, so we're going to Actually, use Barrett's limit break on the other guy. I mean, we're coming right up on a boss fight, so I probably could have saved that. But I think just taking him out quickly and losing less HP is worth it. Very distinct pose on Tifa there. Let's see, that specimen Hojo asked me for is... This is the most pathetic hiding spot in human history. That's right. Is this today's specimen? Yes, we're starting right away. Raise it to the upper level. My precious specimen. They handled Hojo, the way he acts and talks and his facial expressions. They did that perfectly in the. Yeah, I had my lunch. I just had a couple of microwave cheese enchiladas. So nothing too special. And Tifa's tapping on the glass, which precious specimen. Is it going to be used for a biological experiment? It's a very astute observation. I just don't feel like Tifa would be the one to word it quite like that. Jenova. You look inside the window of the tank, and there's this what appears to be a headless mutant woman inside the fish tank, which is causing him to have some kind of episode. I really do like Jenova Sephiroth's, so they brought it here. In the remake, the Jenova the chamber where Jenova's... I kind of like that, and this is going back in the background. This is going into things we learn ahead of this point in the playthrough. But when we find where Jenova was originally being kept in the Nibelheim reactor up in the mountains, it was kind of like a shrine almost to her. So I thought it was kind of fitting that it goes from there to being in this sort of unceremonious sort of specimen tank in this room with all these crates and stuff. You know, it's a more practical version. Whereas in the remake, they kind of build an even more elaborate shrine to Jenova to keep her in than in the original reactor where she was kept at. Cloud, be strong. Did you see it? See what? It's moving. Still alive? He looks in there. Where's its bleeping head? This whole thing's stupid. Let's keep going. Yeah, it's the reaction to seeing a headless woman in a specimen tank. This is stupid. Let's keep going. Oh, I did not. There we go. Just had to figure out where the, Hey! It's one of these thingies. Oh, I have to... Okay, there we go. Yeah, we're pretty good on our magic and items and stuff. Let's... Yeah, I'm gonna go... Let's say... Yeah, I'm gonna keep saving over file 4. 467. Received poison materia. I think after this next... Oh, now we're... Okay, what this is, I see now. This is now an overhead view of the same room we were at before. Because right there, to where Cloud is, that's like the Jenova room. Or chamber. But those crates he was hiding behind aren't there when they zoom out. So that's a little funny. Oh, we're up here now. Aerith. Oh, is that her name? What do you want? There's no reason that Hojo would not know Aerith's name. That seems very... It seems like a bit of bad writing, or a bit of a... Yeah, it was just a mistake they made when they were writing that, because Hojo should definitely know... Hojo should definitely know Aerith's name. We're taking Aerith back. Outsiders. Should have noticed it earlier, you. There's so many frivolous things in this world. Are you going to kill me? I don't think you should. The equipment here is extremely delicate. Without me, who would operate it? Ugh. That's right. I recommend you think things out logically before you make any rash moves. Now, bring in the specimen. So, Aerith is oh, she's waking up. And there's this giant, dog, wolf, lion thingy. I think he's more canine than feline officially. I think he's supposed to be some kind of wolf with lion-like features. Aerith, is Cloud, help! What do you think you're doing? Lending a helping hand to an endangered species. Both of them are on the brink of extinction. If I don't help, all these animals will disappear. Animal? That's terrible. Aerith is a human being. You're gonna pay. And yeah, the implication here is that Hojo was trying to breed Aerith with this other thing that's in the tank with her. So yeah, this is a really creepy guy, probably not too big on human rights and basic decency. That went right over my head when I was little, and I'm very glad it did, because that's a very disturbing thought. But let's keep going. Stop. Yeah, just open fire on it with your machine gun. That'll make everything. Always fixes everything. Is to shoot at the person you're trying to save with a machine gun, even if it is through glass. You don't know if that glass is bulletproof, but whatever. Video game logic. If this was real, we would have got killed before we even made it this far. And the giant wolf has tackled the scientist in his either it looks I mean, he's supposed to be attacking him, but it looks kind of like when he looks like he's being overly friendly and just like, yay, it's daddy, I'm gonna lick, you know, like how dogs get excited when you come home and they want to jump on you and lick your face. Thanks, Cloud. Tifa, Cloud, what's wrong? The elevator's moving. This is no ordinary specimen. This is a very ferocious specimen. He's rather strong. I'll help you out, says the wolf. It talked? I'll talk as much as you want later, miss. So this is not just an animal. It actually has human intelligence and is a person rather than just a wild animal. We'll take care of that monster. Someone take Aerith somewhere safe. Tifa, I'm counting on you. Or Barrett, take care of her. Here we're going to choose who we want on our party for this fight. Because the, Tifa, I'm counting on you. What's your name? Hojo has named me Red 13, a name with no meaning whatsoever to me. Call me whatever you wish. This thing is one of the few times in RPGs where we actually acknowledge that, yes, we are literally naming the character here and within the context of the game world, not just an option for us to customize the character in a meta sense. So Red 13's his name, or his specimen name, so we'll just stick with that. We'll learn his real name later. We're probably, frankly, we're probably not going to play that far, at least right now. I'm going to put down the game after tomorrow. I'm going to put it down for a long time, but we'll see how far. Alright, it's boss time. I'm going to fight the other specimen that Hojo sent to attack us. Oh, Sled Fang. We're gonna attack. Ease. Okay. Yeah, they really recreated this boss really cool in the remake, but that's true of most things in general in the remake. So, kind of goes. Oh wow, are they suffering from a poison effect? Okay, fire attacks all opponents. Okay, we got one of the little minions down. I don't think these things are Reanimagic. Is that... Okay, he's gonna keep restoring these things, I think. So... Okay, so Red 13 has fire. We have magic. Let's keep whittling away at the... I forgot what the kind of... Okay, we'll attack. You're gonna keep attacking the main enemy here. Because I forget if... I don't think I need to actually... I don't think I need to actually take off those first ones. I've never even played Final Fantasy VIII before. If I ever play Final Fantasy VIII, it'll be a long time coming. I'd probably rather sooner make an attempt at... I'd probably sooner make an attempt at, Did I just heal Barret? Oh, okay, I did heal Cloud, okay. I did do this the way I intended. Okay. Time to start spamming grenades, because this is taking too long. And I did buy these specifically with boss fights in mind. Okay, Red 13's taking a lot of damage, but... Okay, we beat him. So I actually beat... The grenade just sort of knocked off some of the last... talisman. We have to see what... We'll have to check and see what that does. Oh, a materia fell down. She seems alright in many ways. I have a right to choose too. I don't like two-legged things. Well, yeah, if he doesn't like two-legged things, then I guess Hojo's plan was never going to work out anyway. So, sad day for Hojo. An informed question, but difficult to answer. I am what you see. You must have many questions, but first, let's get out of here. I'll lead the way. Cloud, did you come for me? I apologize for what happened back there. I was merely acting to throw Hojo off guard. Now we've saved Aerith. Ain't no need to be in this building, so let's get the hell out of here. If all 5 of us go together, we'll be noticed. Let's break up into 2 groups. Okay. We're definitely going to... press B for party change. Okay, so we have 5 people. You can only have 3 people in your battle party, so this is the first opportunity you have to actually choose who you're going to have, how to form your party. I think we'll stick with the boys team and girls team for now. Okay, let's go for now. See you later. I'll be waiting at the 66th floor elevator. We'll be going first. Meet at the 66th floor. And I think whatever party you switch to, they'll have access to all the items. Enemy skill materia. Now let's check on what is that? What did that talisman thing do? Talisman, spirit plus 10. All right. Yeah, I've never played Final Fantasy VIII before. I have and I don't have a copy of it right now, but I just have so many games that I'm ready. Have everything I need to be able to stream them, and I just have not done so yet. So, from that okay, I could walk through here. I want to talk to this guy. Oh, well, apparently there's some kind of... Hey, look, look at these guys. They're just like the way they hold their swords and the stances and the uniforms. These are actual soldiers, just like Cloud used to be. So that's interesting world building there. Soldier 3rd class. Yeah, have a little soldier 1st class. Supposedly. Yeah. Now they have the helmets. They never, Yeah, these... Yeah, so we just killed, This is... You don't fight actual human beings that often in this game. But we could take them out pretty quickly. Just normal, regular attacks should... Ooh, yeah, that's a serious hit there. There we go. Yeah, Cloud was talking like, hey, if there are soldiers at Mako Reactor 1, we... Loco Weed. I think that's used for Chocobo stuff later. Oh, he's up above. Okay, let's see what's up here. Receive potion. Receive potion. What's this guy have to say? No, please don't kill me. I only did what Hojo told me to do. Here to prove it to you. Here's the key card to the 68th floor. Would I be doing this if I was the enemy? Yeah, I think you're just a coward, but we'll take what we can get. Oh. Okay, I can't go through there. Okay, these guys look a little scary. Oh wait, we beat these guys before. Bolt. Use fire all. Let's see how far this can get us. I have a feeling Moth Slasher is somehow some kind of mistranslation, because that doesn't even make sense. At least apparently. I mean, I think one of these guys is a major boss fight in the remake. There's a lot of stuff in the remake where something that was a pretty normal enemy, it gets elevated to a boss or mini-boss in the remake. Alright. No items. Okay. So they just let us go up there to waste our time. That's nice. But we can definitely save the game. Alright. Okay, so, oh, you know what? Oh, I didn't mean to hit that. I keep having to hit select to get a sense of which ways I can and can't go. Because this does get really screwy with directions. Oh, okay. Potion. I feel like it didn't even let me through the door before, but I guess I can get through the door. Where are you going? Everyone's waiting on the 66th floor. As we see a bunch of stuff that we've yet to... Actually, I want to take a picture of something. All those are... Something about one of those vending machines just reminded me of the box of like an old NES game. Like one of those early black box NES games. But, we'll... Oh, yay. I mean, that's not facetious. I am serious. I don't mind chances to get experience. And these guys aren't so tough. Oh wow, I took him out in one turn. Talk about not being tough. Jeez. Yeah, you could always use the gill. $66. I'm so sick of carrying all these files. You have no idea what's going on directly above your head. Like, gee whiz. But let's go down to the 60th floor. And meet up with our comrades in the elevator. 63. 62. 61. And 60. Okay, I guess we have to go around. Or not? Or what? What am I trying to do here? Okay. I mean, there's just two people just standing there and you can't get past them. I mean, of all the people we've murdered to get this far. Oh, I guess I need to use this elevator. Okay, here we go. Hey, what is it? Would you press up, please? Turks, must be a trap. And here's Sung. This must have been a real thrill for you. Did you enjoy it? Gah. And yes, just like that, they are now all captured. With all the people that they've murdered to get this far, there's some guys in suits walking to the... I mean, they are, like, you know, Shinra secret agents, but still, out of all the people, how do you arrest Barrett? He has a machine gun for an arm, and somehow he got captured. It implies he's in handcuffs. How does this even work? So they definitely... excuse me, just need to stretch a bit. Cloud, they got you too, huh? Why would they take a man with a machine gun for an arm, even if he's restrained, to the president's office? Where is Aerith? In a safe place. She's the last surviving ancient. Don't you know? They called themselves the Cetra and lived thousands of years ago. Now they're just a forgotten page in history. Cetra, that girl. Is she a survivor of the Cetra? How is he handcuffed? He doesn't have hands. Cetra, or the Ancients, will show us the way to the Promised Land. I'm expecting a lot out of her. You know, just... The Promised Land? Isn't that just a legend? Even so, it's far too appealing not to pursue. Apparently the president already knew that there was a giant talking wolf that was being held captive in his building. It's interesting that they even treat him as enough of a person to bother taking him before the president to answer to him. It's been said that the Promised Land is very fertile. If the land is fertile, then there's gotta be Mako. Oh, that's Barrett saying that. Then there's gotta be Mako. Exactly. That is why our money-making Mako reactor is necessary. The abundant Mako will flow out on its own. That is where Neo Midgard will be built, Shinra's new glory. Bleep, keep dreaming. Oh really, don't you know? These days all it takes for you and your dreams to come true is power and money. There's money and power. Well, that is all for our meeting. Come on, out of his way. Hold it, I got a lot to say to you. Yeah, this would have been weird to see somehow play out in the remake. And I'm glad, for the purposes of a realistic game, where he still has that doggone cigar in his mouth. Mr. President, if there's anything else to say, talk to my secretary. They definitely made him a little thinner in the remake. And here they are. And if this was... Why did they put Red 13 in the jail cell? You'd think they'd give him back to Hojo and put him in a specimen chamber or something. But, you know, video game logic. Psst, can we get out? Leave it to me or kinda hard? Leave it to me. Psst, Cloud, you're so brave. I wonder how Barrett is doing. I wonder how Red 13 is doing. I wonder how Aerith is doing. I wonder how Red 13 is doing. Even though we just met him, but... Grandpa... Grandpa! Grandpa, haha. What's so funny? Yes, I am taking screenshots of this for my own personal use, excuse me. Nothing, haha. Yeah, we got a lot of deep lore there. I wonder how Aerith is doing. We already know how Barrett's doing. He's laughing at Red 13 for... He's like laughing at a giant wolf for saying grandpa in his sleep or whatever. Meanwhile, he's not fascinated by the... It's funny because we know that monsters and magic are confirmed as and standard fact to be existing in this world, but one of them talking and having human intelligence is apparently a unique thing. But, Aerith, Cloud, are you there? Aerith, you're safe? Yeah, I'm alright. I knew that Cloud would come for me. Hey, I'm your bodyguard, right? The deal was for one date, right? Oh, I get it. Tifa, you're there too? Excuse me. You know, Aerith, I have a question. What? Does the Promised Land really exist? Not the question I was expecting, because I honestly don't have the dialogue here memorized anyway. This is all somewhat kind of fresh to me. This is only the third time I've ever seen this being played. Only the third time I've ever played through this in my life, and not since 2002. The first time was in the 90s, then in 2002, and now today. There's thunder on the... I hear thunder. If there's a power outage... Well, if there's an... the house in general is at risk of power outage. If it happens, I'm just going to run out back and hit the circuit breaker, and I should be back in no more than 2 minutes. If I take more than 5 minutes, you'd always check on Twitter for updates as to if I've called the stream or not. I don't know. All I know is the Cetra were born from the planet, speak with the planet, and unlock the planet. And then the Cetra will return to the Promised Land, a land that promises supreme happiness. What does that mean? More than words. I don't know. Speak with the planet? Just what does the planet say? It's full of people and noisy. That's why I can't make out what they're saying. Oh, it's full of people, comma. It should say it's full of people, comma, and noisy to give a clear sense of what's going on, because with some of the translations and writing in the original version, I would expect something to say it's full of people and noisy. So I took a screenshot of that from my... You hear it now? I only heard it at the church in the slums. Mother said that Midgar was no longer safe. That is, my real mother. Someday I'll get out of Midgar, speak with the planet, and find my Promised Land. That's what Mom said. I thought I would stop hearing her voice as I grew up, but... I wonder how Barrett is doing. Hey. Aerith is an ancient, and the real name of the ancients is Cetra. The ancients know where the Promised Land is, and the Shinra are searching for that Promised Land. I only heard stories about the Promised Land. I don't know if it really exists. Is that right? Scratches his ear. The Shinra believe that the Promised Land is full of Mako energy, which means if the Shinra get there, they'll suck up all the Mako energy. And the land will wither away. The planet's gonna get weaker. I just can't leave him be. I'm recruiting new members. Me, Tifa, Cloud, and Aerith, too. How about you? You're so damn boring. Yeah, Red 13 does not run his mouth a lot. He runs his mouth a lot. Let's just get some sleep. Runs his mouth a lot more than most giant sapient wolves do, but... And we go to bed, and... That is not an appropriate jingle for this nightmare situation, where you're locked in the headquarters of an evil corporation with no legal rights or recourse, and there's nothing you can do to escape. In my mind, I want to think that this is later in the night, because by the time they're leaving, like, we'll see later, it appears to be about dawn or sunrise. Tifa. The door's open. When did it open? What's happened? What's happened? I'm trying to search the... I'm guessing the guard... What's happened? Okay. Tifa, wake up. What's wrong? Something's wrong. Look outside. I wonder what happened. He should have the key on him. Come on, Tifa, get Aerith. I'll help Barrett and the others. Barrett, Red 13, come with me. Something's wrong. That's an interesting reaction. Something's wrong. Not something's wrong. It'd be like, oh crap, this is our chance to escape with our lives. We have creepy music here. We wake up, the cell door's open, the guard is dead. No human could have done this. I'll go on ahead. So there's some kind of freaky monster out on the loose. I'll clean up back here. So you guys go ahead and don't get caught by Shinra. Come on, let's follow Red 13. Yeah, it looks like everyone's passed out. And someone spilled Kool-Aid all over the place. Now, what are these freaky things? There are scary monsters everywhere. Vagrid police. What is that even supposed to mean? That's really scary. These things are really freaky. Needle. Vagrid police. The names of some of these monsters, like, I'll have to, I mean, maybe there are articles on whatever Final Fantasy VII wiki page is out there will explain what that name is even supposed to mean. Vagrid police. Am I even saying it right? Oh, yeah. Vargid. Oh, Vargrid police. Not Vagrid. Vargid. Excuse me. I'm being a lazy reader there. I like how even in the battle screen... Yeah, there's no... Oh, we got 3 Phoenix Downs from that. That's nice. That's... Yeah, so someone definitely had a Kool-Aid party in this room where they were throwing Kool-Aid or ketchup everywhere. Genova specimen. Looks like it went to the upper floor using that elevator for the specimens. So, yeah. Did it get away? Genova? Whatever was in there, that headless woman thing burst out of the tank while we were... So, yeah, it's a little scary. Or a lot scary. Okay. I'm gonna go... There we go. And we'll just continue on. We'll follow the trail of ketchup. Looks like it leads up. Why would they bother trying to find out what's going on with this instead of immediately like, let's get the heck out of here absolutely right now for sure, big time. Okay, no. I want... Okay, I want to see what that thing's name is. Well, like, what is that thing even supposed to be? Zenine. Okay, that's... We'll just focus on the Vagrid police, or the Vargid police first. As I forgot that a lot of these monsters even existed in the game. I just remember it was late at night when me and my brother first got to this part, and we were just really freaked out. The game basically turned into a horror game at this point from my perspective. But, I mean, we'd have to presume that, I mean, Genova could have spawned all these things, but I'm guessing these are all mostly samples of different creatures and monsters Shinra had already created. Like, who would want to be, if I'm the president of the company, I would not want all this stuff in the same building as me. No matter how much security there's supposed to be. Alright, whatever it is. Now, they replaced all this blood. They replaced it with, like, glowing goop in the remake. Because I guess they just didn't want to risk ending up getting an M rating. Do these machines, they let you buy stuff from these or something? No, you don't. Okay. There's just a monster attack. Okay, why do we face back attack? Not what we want to see. Gehen. Alright. What's going on here? Alright, that's not something we want to deal with. I did not... Okay, that distracted me to the point where I ended up using Tifa's Limit Break, and I actually did not mean to. Tifa's taken the most damage so far. I'll just speed things up a bit. There we go. We'll just use our regular attacks to finish taking him out. Okay, there we go. Because I figured he was pretty low at that point anyway. But yeah, very creepy, the fact that there's no battle, there's no fanfare for winning the battles right now. It's just like, alright, I want to go save. We want to go ahead. I just saw a flash of lightning that actually lit up the inside of the room, so if there's a blackout, oh yeah, you're probably hearing that one for sure. That was a big heavy one. But let's patch up Tifa a bit and save again. In about 5 minutes, I'm going to take a maybe a 10-minute break, which would be a good well, 10 minutes or less, just as long, 10 minutes tops, just as long as it takes for me to be properly brain pod. Just as long as it takes for me to be properly stretched and feel alright to keep streaming in terms of my stamina. Because sitting in one spot's a lot more strenuous than it ought to be. Refuse. Okay. I'm just gonna use a lot of magic to take these guys out. Yeah, because yeah, there's Cloud doing his guard thing. And I wish I had counter materia so that I could more effectively, so that every time he guards, he also counterattacks. But I don't think I've encountered the counter materia at this point in the game. And I learned my lesson. Like the first time I played through here, and even the second time, I was really under-leveled compared to where I should have been, simply because I wasn't going through a lot of random battles. I was just more interested in getting to the next part of the storyline, so I really ran away from most of the random battles, not even because I was afraid of dying, just because I wanted to see more where the plot would go. Bolt. Okay, next move I'm going to use... Okay. Okay, I'm going to use High Potion on Tifa. And have Tifa and Cloud use magic attacks to preserve their limit bars. And then after the battle, I'll heal Cloud manually with an item. Well, I could use magic too, because he's pretty good on magic. Okay. Or I could just use these. You know, I really kind of underestimated how useful potions would be at this point. Okay, it went up here. Let's follow the trail of Kool-Aid. I find it very odd that the president's office is just at the top of this open stairwell. You'd think there'd be a specific, like, door that would be the only way in and out, but it's kind of like at the top of this. Oh. He's dead. He's dead. The head of Shinra is dead. And that's a good spot for taking maybe a 10-minute break. Nine. Okay. And for here, we'll set this to... We'll set our timer for 10 minutes. Set my timer for 8, so I'll be back probably with some time to spare. And we'll just go over to our intermission card. And I'll be back in a minute. And we'll play for at least another hour and a half once I'm back. Alright, and turn off the microphone. Hey, I'm back. 3 minutes and change early. I hope this doesn't upset anyone's plans. It was like, okay, great, I have exactly so many minutes to go put something in the microwave or something like that. But I don't want to leave people waiting either. I would much rather... I get up and stretch so I could stream for a long time safely. But I'm thinking every second about how I don't want to leave my viewers hanging. But by taking those breaks until I get stretched out and get my blood flowing and make sure I'm okay physically, so that I can, play for longer as the thunder begins to rattle the house very slightly. I actually felt that underneath my, in the floorboards of the room I'm in. So, the president of Shinra's dead. Then this sword must be, I accidentally pressed A, Sephiroth's. Sephiroth is alive? And at this point, we have no context for who even this person is. You just heard him mentioned a couple of times. He's some kind of Shinra soldier that may have went rogue. Looks like it. Only Sephiroth can use that sword. Excuse me. That's the timer to remind me to come back to here, but I finished the time. I guess I could disable the timer now that I'm not using it. Who cares who did it? This is the end of the Shinra. I forgot that. He just pops out from behind that wall. But please don't kill me. That's sunny here in Southern California. Yeah. Where I'm at, it's in a subtropical part of North America, and pretty much what happens is it gets real hot, then it rains, and then the rain goes away. It gets real hot, there's a thunderstorm, then the rest of the day is sunny again. It's almost like clockwork consistently in the summertime. So, please don't kill me. What happened? Sephiroth came. Did you see him? Did you see Sephiroth? Yeah, I saw him with my own eyes. You really saw him? Would I lie at a time like this? I heard his voice too. He said something about not letting us have the Promised Land. Then does that mean the Promised Land really does exist and that Sephiroth's here to save it from Shinra? I really have a hard time believing that Sephiroth would not murder this guy immediately. So he's a good guy then? Save the Promised Land? A good guy? No way. Just love that head shake from Cloud there. Okay. It's not that simple. I know him. Sephiroth's mission is different. Rufus! Bleep, I forgot about him. And I like he just sees the helicopter and knows it's Rufus. And Rufus is this is the first mention of this character in the entire game. Who's that? Vice President Rufus, the president's son. I heard he'd been assigned somewhere else for a long time. I only know his name. I don't know what sort of person he is. I've heard that no one's seen him. I heard that no one's ever seen him bleed or cry. Let's see. Check the president's body, see if there's a loot box. Nope, no presidential loot box. Alright, let's follow him out here. So, Sephiroth was actually here, by the way. Oh no, Sephiroth was actually here. By the way, just who are you? I'm Cloud, ex-soldier, first class. I'm from Avalanche. Me too. I'm a flower girl from the slums. She could have said she was a bartender, that would have been funny. A research specimen. What a crew. And it's kind of funny that when you have this crazy cast of characters, they decided, you know what? We need a talking dog in this cast of characters. That really is what we need to make this cast of characters complete, is to add a talking dog to the situation. Well, I'm Rufus, the president of Shinra Inc. Not to be confused with Shinra Limited or the Shinra Guarantee Company, Shinra Incorporated specifically. You're only president because your old man died. Correct. I'll let you hear my inauguration speech. Father tried to control the world with money, and that worked for him. Barrett has every opportunity to murder this guy right now. The people believed that Shinra would protect them. Work at Shinra, get your pay. If a terrorist attack, the Shinra army will help you. It looked perfect on the outside. But I do things differently. I'll control the world with fear. It's too much to do it like my old man. A little fear will control the minds of the common people. There's no reason to waste good money on them. He likes to make speeches just like his father. I like how his reaction to this, oh, my dad died, no emotion whatsoever. Like, yeah, my dad was too soft. My dad who destroyed an entire sector and dropped the plate onto the slums and killed tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people to kill like 5 or 6 terrorists. Yeah, that guy, he was too soft on the public. He needs to use fear to control them, even though that's kind of what he was already doing. So, not a nice person, this Rufus Shinra. He likes to make speeches. And yes, the game earlier did imply that President Shinra has a living wife, but the character's never mentioned again, as far as I'm aware. He likes to make speeches just like his father. Get Aerith out of the building. What? I'll explain later. Barrett, this is the real crisis for the planet. The hell's that supposed to mean? I'll explain later. Just take my word for now. I'll go after I take care of him. Alright, Cloud. Now we have the party splitting up. In a traditional Final Fantasy game, it would usually be 4 people, but this is the first Final Fantasy to have only 3 members of the party. I'm not exactly sure why that is. I don't think having the 3 members really came back until what, Final Fantasy IX, which I never played any of. Cloud, I just thought of something. I'll wait for Cloud. Everyone, get to the elevator. I forgot exactly how this plays out in here. It's gonna get pretty ugly from here on. We should check on our equipment. Cloud and Tifa's material. Remove it, leave it. Let's leave it. And Tifa blocks the path. Tifa, I'll wait for Cloud. Everyone get to the elevator. I mean, I'll wait for Cloud. I mean, he just explicitly said that his next move is to attempt to assassinate the president. So, yeah, let's let him assassinate the newly inaugurated president. And, well, inaugurated. I mean, this is clearly a divine right. Now, it really annoys me. This should have the boss music playing. I mean, look at this set piece. This awesome set piece. You see the reactors in the background below you. So they're in the elevators and this... Now, in the remake, I was always interested how they're going to possibly redo this in the remake with this more realistic battle system that they have there. Because here, you know, they're fighting in real time, but they're sort of... Yeah, let's just spam grenades. Let's spam some freaking grenades. We'll use sled... Because, and realistically, there's absolutely no reason that these characters should be able to reach... Look how he just runs from one elevator to the other. I mean, this really should have the boss theme here. I don't know why it uses the normal battle music. I feel like this was some kind of oversight. Like, they just forgot to have the boss theme instead of the normal battle theme, because this is definitely a boss fight. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep throwing grenades. And when their limits get all the way to the top, we'll... How does Red 13 throw a grenade? But whatever, because he does not have thumbs, but... Okay. Because I bought all these grenades specifically for this section. Big shot. Yeah, he's called 100 Gunner. Now, how they handle this in the remake is that the boss attacks the attacks on the elevator, but you actually the elevator sort of loses control and crashes into this lobby area, and then when you get to the lobby, then you fight him in the lobby. Because really, with the Final Fantasy VII Remake battle system, it would be impossible to have a battle like this on the elevator itself, which is kind of a shame because one thing I noticed in that cutscene, they did simulate the way these elevator platforms are moving, which is cool. Just this distinct way and they use a good effect of visual effects that the elevators can keep moving downward without it seeming too much like you'd expect it to eventually reach the bottom of the elevator shaft, which never happens. Yeah, I need to use a few more grenades. I think all the characters have access to your entire weapons inventory. If it was more realistic, like something like Earthbound, where each character has their own inventory, you know, this wouldn't be possible. That would be a little too complex. But in the context of the story, there's really no reason they should all be able to access the same inventory. Okay. I'm just waiting for... Oh. I did not mean to use that on myself. Doggone. I meant to use that on Barrett. Have Red 13 throw another grenade. Oh, already down to only 19 grenades. Jeez. I'm gonna have some left for later. AB cannon. Oh, now... yeah, let's use that healing wind. I don't think Seal Even... I don't know if the Seal Evil works on robots. But I remember when I was playing this with my brother the first time in the 90s, we barely escaped this boss rush kind of thing. Because from the sample battle, we died a few times on him, and then we died a few times on this battle. Then the next boss that comes up, we died a few times on. The next couple of bosses, we both died a couple of times on. So it's kind of oh, can't reach. Okay. So there is some sense of realism here. Spinning body blow. Okay. I'll just have her use a grenade since she can't reach anyway. Have Barrett attack and have Red 13. Red 13. Okay, cool. We're good. And Red 13 is close to his next limit. I like how the elevator's still like doing that bobbing up and down thing even as they do that. Hey, Barrett has Mind Blow. That's a cool limit break. It reduces the enemy's HP if I remember that correctly. Mithril Armlet. Yeah, we'll take that. Access menu with X, remove materia from members with Y, and with the with plus. I mean, we did get that equip. Mithril Armlet. Iron Bangle. Oh, we have better magic defense here. Okay, so let's see what his materia looks like now. Cover all, restore, lightning. Yeah, let's stick with that. Why do you want to fight me? You want the Promised Land in Sephiroth. That's right. Did you know that Sephiroth is an ancient? Whatever. I can't let either you or Sephiroth have the Promised Land. I see. I guess we won't be allies. Now this is more the music. This is the music we need in the last battle. Yes, he has his pet dog with him. Now it's interesting how this works is actually like with that helicopter in the background. The helicopter is present in the game because by having the helicopter programmed in as an enemy that never attacks, and so that is actually an enemy. It's just not, you just can't target him, and targeting him does nothing, and it has no attacks. So that's interesting. That's a cool set piece for sure. Alright. I just struck the president of the world with lightning. I mean, he doesn't have all the... Okay. Yeah, let's use a grenade. From the same set of grenades. I guess the game's logic assumes that, that whenever... I like how they're standing back and forth just shooting each other and slashing each other with giant swords. I mean, to be fair, in a modern game with those realistic visuals, this would look kind of ridiculous. Huh. That's all for today. Just grab onto the helicopter. You're like 3 skyscraper heights high. You just grab onto the skirt of the runners on the helicopter and just fly away. Protect vest, guard source. Yeah, we're taking all that. All those goodies. Alright. I like how the boss music continues even after the end of the battle. Let's say goodbye to President Shinra. Rest in peace in your glass coffin. And just keep on moving. But yeah, I find it weird that the president's office would be in like this open kind of space. Oh, here's some chances to get some levels in. Actually, after this battle, I need to check his equipment. Oh wow, we're killing these guys with one hit now. I'm just gonna let the time fill up. There we go. Alright, let the time fill. There we go. Kind of breaks the mood to have the victory theme there, but okay, I'll take it. Let's check our equipment, as the phrase goes. I'm hearing an emergency alert thing coming from elsewhere in the house. I don't know if you could hear that. Let's see if my phone has... Hold on, I'm gonna unplug the microphone for... I'm gonna mute the microphone for a second, excuse me. Okay, the reason I muted the mic is because an emergency alert for the severe weather was going off, and that alert I think it was picking up on the mic. I know I can hear it, so the mic was probably picking it up too. And the emergency alert was naming a lot of towns and locations that are local to me, and I didn't want that to appear on stream. I didn't want the mic to risk the mic picking that up. So okay, now we're gonna go back to, and it's not. As long as it's not a tornado or anything like that, where I should like shelter or something like that, I'm gonna keep streaming. If I vanish suddenly, it's because of thunder and lightning taking out the electricity, which really hasn't happened. If lightning goes out for a minute, if the stream goes out, just check my Twitter at STSH and I'll give you updates on if I'm gonna try to get the stream back up or not. Okay, so okay, we have the mithril armlet now. None of these other things have any real advantage. But let's see what items they have. Guard source raises vitality. What's hyper? Oh yeah, cure sadness. Wait, how did we end up with 16 Phoenix Downs? We haven't taken a single death yet in this entire run, but okay. Oh, let's save while we have the chance to do so. Yeah, we're definitely saving. Okay, and I'll meet back up with Tifa and continue on. Okay. Where's Rufus? I couldn't finish him. This is gonna get complicated. No, what's... As though murdering the president the same night that the vice president already died isn't already gonna make things complicated. Okay. I'm gonna try to leave out the front door. I'll go on ahead. Let's hear some gunshot sounds. Bleep, we're surrounded. If I was alone, this wouldn't be a thing, but I got a reputation to protect. You all get out while you can. It's not you they're after, it's me. Yeah, well that ain't happening. Now you got caught up in this over Marlene, now it's my turn to help you. Okay, playtime's over, jackasses. Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Well, you call him Mr. Barrett. That don't sound right. It would be Mr. Wallace, technically, but... Well then, if you are through talking, may I suggest we think of a way to get out of here? Red 13, always the practical one. Huh? Oh yeah, you're cold, man. Just like someone else around here I know. Did you say something? Not a thing. So what are we gonna do? Barrett! You know what? I'm just trying to think of where I should call the stream at. Because, yeah, let's keep going for now. Let's keep going. I know where I'm gonna end. It's not too... Probably within the next hour I'm gonna end it, and we'll see. I don't know. We'll keep playing. We'll just play it by ear. So Tifa's like, everyone, over here. Huh? What's up? Where's Cloud? He's coming. Hurry, hurry. And here comes the crowning moment of awesome. Yeah, you know, Cloud just went and found a motorcycle that's fueled up and ready to go. Has the keys in it already, fortunately. Fortunately, these floor models aren't just dummy units. They actually do have engines and fuel. They aren't just there for show. And I love the way the glass breaks in those gigantic chunks. I mean, they're even in an animation, they really couldn't achieve very realistic glass breakage. But this is such an awesome moment. Midgalls. It's supposed to say Midgar. Instead it says Midgalls due to translation problems. See all the soldiers there. We just burst through over their heads because they weren't expecting us to do this. And now, control the bike with the directional buttons and save your friends in the truck from the Shinra pursuit troops. Y is to attack on the left, A is to attack on the right, B is to form party, and plus is to start game. Let's form party. I really can't even see what their kind of stats they have. I'm gonna go with... Yeah, let's replace Tifa with Aerith. Yeah, it's kind of arbitrary, but let's just go with that. Oh, excuse me. Okay, now we start the mini game. So now we're actually in control of the motorcycle. Okay, so I have to... All my friends are in the pickup truck there. And the Shinra soldiers are coming after us on motorcycles. What? Yeah, I don't know why I was having such a hard time hitting those guys there. And this is really some of the last time we get to spend on these civilian sections of the plate here. I love how this is supposed to be a highway for civilians to get around Midgar on, but it has these banked turns like it's a doggone racetrack. Oh, come on. I mean, this does... Now, this is such a cool escape sequence here. I mean, as much as they were hitting them, they really actually have not done that much damage to my heroes in the truck. There's some kind of trick where if a certain type of soldier comes and you just wave your sword, they never will catch up. Why? There we go. Why does this feel so unresponsive? They're taking a lot of hit points off. And I don't feel like it's my fault. I feel like I'm doing what the game had said I should be doing. Okay, that was disorienting. I mean, it looked cool, but it really wasn't fair gameplay-wise that they're still dealing damage while I, Oh, we see it's... Oh, there's this giant thing that's coming to get us. And we're at the end of the highway here. Unfortunately, they didn't drive off the end, because we're already, like... We're at skyscraper height above the ground here. And we go straight into the boss battle with the giant robot that was coming after us. Now, how they handle this in the remake is... Rather than a traditional... fighting battle, they have this thing chase you while you're on the move, which is a really cool way to handle it. It's a very cinematic sequence, but for now, let's spam grenades. I doubt this will take all 16 of them, but we'll see. Okay. Yeah, this thing is called Motorball, by the way. And the way the boss fight, you know, the chase scene slash boss fight in the remake kind of reminded me of that scene in the Sonic the Hedgehog movie where Robotnik's a giant robot is chasing Sonic and that other guy in the pickup truck. Yes, Sonic and that other guy. I do not even remember the character's name, or the guy who's Sonic's friend. I remember how Sonic called him Donut Lord, but I don't even remember his actual name. So, actually, let's... You're gonna have Cloud. He should have lightning equipped, and he is a robot. And robots are vulnerable to lightning in this game, so... Okay. Magic. Lightning magic. We have him use another grenade. Twin burner. Ooh, that's quite a hit there. Bear doesn't have any magic you can use in battle, because I didn't really equip him with anything like that. But he does have a grenade. Now it's Cloud's go. Use Bolt again. We should be done with him soon. Let's have... Use High Potion on Cloud. And Barret, throw another grenade. Oh, shucks. Okay. Those two I knew they'd... Man, this guy has a lot of hit points, but... At this point, if the longer this goes, the closer we'll get to Aerith's limit filling up, and Aerith's limit will let us heal up the party without using items anyway, so... only 8 grenades left, wowee. Okay. Yeah, let's use another grenade. Let's see how this goes. I doubt he's gonna survive this pass through this next current turn. Okay, yeah, he's still on the move, so let's... So we're just gonna keep using grenades. And the longer he goes on, the closer we'll come to being able to use Aerith's limit. Okay, Barrett got his limit. Okay. And we taken him out, and that is the end of Midgar. We're gonna leave the city now until the very end of the game, which I've never even gotten that far to the point where you return to Midgar. 2 levels up, a star pendant. Alright. Now, I did not know at this point that we were leaving Midgar. I didn't know that there was a game outside of Midgar here, and as the sun is rising... Well, what do we do now? Sephiroth is alive. I have to settle the score. Will that save the planet? It seems so. Then I'm going. I mean, we don't even know anything about Sephiroth, but we're supposed to, like, understand what this threat is. I mean, he just killed the president. From all we... I was kind of confused, like, what is Sephiroth's deal where he murdered the president, but we still have to go after him? About the ancients? Many things. I guess it's goodbye Midgar. Yeah, fortunately there was a random crane wire, a skyscraper-length crane wire hanging down that they just climbed down. How Red 13 got down, I have no clue. Because he can't even hold on to the wire. But, alright. You know what? This is the first time I've ever left Midgar. Really? Are you worried? Or it's dangerous? You sure you want to go? Really? Are you worried? A little, no. Maybe a lot. But I have a bodyguard, right? See what Tifa has to say. I guess this is the start of our journey. You hate traveling? Or it's dangerous? Sure you want to go? You hate traveling? I don't know, but I don't have anywhere else to go. I guess it doesn't really matter whether I like to travel or not. Let's see what Red 13 has to say. I'm going back to my hometown. I'll go with you as far as that. Then, let's stay for a while. We told Aerith's mom to go somewhere safe, so Marlene should be safe too. Yeah, she should be. She said she didn't want to stay in Midgar anymore. Maybe it's for the best. Okay. Then, let's go. We need a leader for our journey. Of course, that could only be me. You think so? I love Barrett's animation there. Like, what is that? Like, he just starts punching in the air. I think it should be Cloud. Bleep, alright. Go northeast to a town called Calm. If something happens, we'll meet up there. Besides, we can't all be strolling around out there. It's too dangerous. Let's split into 2 parties. Yeah, of course it would be safer if all 5 of them went together, but the battle system only accommodates 3 people at a time, so they have to make that excuse for as to why they're going to split up. We'll go with our OG squad of Cloud and Barrett and Tifa, and we could leave Aerith and Red 13 alone, which, given earlier events, kind of has some connotations I didn't intend, but we know that Red 13's not really into her. Isn't really her type. Not enough legs, I bet. Okay, let's keep moving. So I'm like, look at this. Saving on the world map. Access the save menu anytime and press save to select your game. Now, imagine this is the first time you've ever, like, I thought the whole game was that right there, that little thing there, that is the entire game up to this point, is in that little thing that Cloud is standing next to. Now this map is not to scale. This is a representation of Cloud having left Midgar, and now this is the world. It's kind of funny to me from a world building standpoint. There are no highways to or from Midgar. There are no railroads to or from Midgar. I guess the only way there is by airship or to walk on foot. But when you go there on foot, there's no way to get to the upper plate, evidently. But this overture of the theme of the world of Final Fantasy VII, and we get the world map in the lower left, we could see what this planet is like in terms of its geography. And look at this. Just imagine this is my first RPG. I thought the whole game was going to be in Midgar. I don't know anything about overworlds, and now you walk out, you leave Midgar, you see all this, and it's just like this game takes place across the entire doggone planet. That is so mind-blowing. Okay, what's this called? Bike Devil? Devil Ride. Okay, that's what he's called. We'll take him out first. He looks the biggest and scariest. Okay. I'm so used to fighting these bosses. It's kind of odd taking these guys out so relatively easy. Now, in the Final Fantasy VII Remake, the game ends just as they're about to leave Midgar. So, at this point, you're going to hear no references, well, few references to the remake and how it handles certain things. Because there are a few things that happen in this version later in the game that happen in Midgar instead. But as far as the game itself is concerned, like, and the remake ends at a cliffhanger as they're about to leave Midgar. And there's the town that we're supposed to go to. It's kind of funny because, like, look, there's a town here, then the capital of Earth is right over there. And there's no way to or from them. You're just supposed to walk between them. I know it's for the sake of a video game, but from a world-building aspect, it's kind of weird to figure out, like, what the sort of how the communication between towns and worlds works. And so we have this little village here. This is right where we're heading. So this is calm. Now, in my head, I'd like to imagine that was maybe like an 8 or 9 hour walk between Midgar and this place, but then, like, just walking from one end of Manhattan to the other can probably take something like that. Yeah, I'll be waiting at the inn. Hurry up and get your butt over there. Let's go, Cloud. And here we have some Mako equipment. Thanks to the Mako energy Shinra Inc. develops for us, everything's more convenient now. So we see there are different views. For a lot of people, it was like, I hear that the natural resources near the reactors are being sucked dry. We're better off with the Mako energy. I guess they don't consider Mako energy a natural resource. Can you leave town now? No, you can't. But you might have noticed, all around Midgar is a giant desert. It's just rock and barren because of the 8 gigantic reactors sucking up all of the life energy of the planet. So the whole region around there is just all kind of dead and nothing really grows around there. Okay. Mr. Cloud, your party is waiting for you on the 2nd floor. I mean, on a building this small, it would be more like, I'm making a ham and cheese sandwich to enjoy your stream with. Oh, thank you for the update, Kalaka Boy. I think, if you're familiar with this part of the game, we're going to play through a flashback sequence, and after that, I think that's where we'll end the stream. But I'm not going to rush through it, so this may take a while. Okay, I'm getting an emergency alert again that's blasting through the house. Unless it says that there's a tornado or something, I'm not going to end the stream. I just want to mute it for a moment just because it's going to announce a lot of location names that are near me, and I don't want to kind of get doxxed on stream, so I'm going to mute this for Alright, we're back, and no tornado warnings or anything, and it stopped saying all these, it just lists a whole bunch of locations that are near me very loudly, and I do believe the microphone picks it up. I know it's loud enough that if it happens while I'm trying to sleep, it will wake me up. So, okay, so they went up to the second floor. There are only 2 floors. Realistically, it probably should have said upstairs. And it's like they have candlelight. And you see the pipes, you know, from the Mako energy, because the pipes are just kind of the replacement for electric power here. Sorry to keep you waiting. I guess everyone's here now. So let's hear your story. You know, the one about Sephiroth and the crisis of the planet. I like how he just casually says it. Let's hear it all. Because I was so mystified at this point, because like they keep talking about Sephiroth, you don't know what he looks like. I used to want to be like Sephiroth, so I joined Soldier. After working with Sephiroth on several missions, we became friends. You call that a friend? Well, yeah, well. He was older than me and hardly ever talked about himself. Tifa, ... So I guess you'd call us war buddies. We trusted each other until one day. One day? After the war, it was Soldier's duty to put down any resistance against the Shinra. No, we don't have a basement, but, you know, you just take what you can get. Because, I could go under my bed, and we have a bathtub and stuff like that, so... We've never really had any tornadoes hit this... I mean, they've hit in the state, but I've... You know, so... Yeah, so if the power goes... There's no... Just to be clear, I'm just saying tornado warning. There's no danger of tornadoes that's been announced as part of these warnings. I'm just saying if it's something serious like that, then I might end the stream. There's no, like, immediate hazard of that happening. Excuse me. Just got to, take care of that real quick. Okay. I was 16. And 16, 5 years, I was 16, 17, 18, 19. So he was... So Cloud is 21 years old right now. How, like, I mean, yeah, when I'm a little kid, that seems like, okay, yeah, he's grown. Now it's like, okay, so this guy is only 21. And at 16, he is an elite soldier. Like, okay, fine. Whatever, video game logic. I mean, all they would have had to do to change that was just make him be, the characters a bit older, but... So we're in this truck, and Sephiroth is here. Now, I just want to point this out. If you ever watch anyone playing the Steam version of Final Fantasy VII, Sephiroth, his sprite, his model, for some reason, in every, outside of the full motion video cutscenes, he always has this look like... This, like, this gormless, like, expression on his face at all times. And it is impossible... It is... Every scene he's in, he's just, like... And you cannot take any scene he's in seriously. I do not know how they let that version of the game ship like that. But... Hey, how you doing? The soldier's like, leave me alone. I'm alright. I wouldn't know. I've never had motion sickness. Everything okay? Hey. Settle down. Several, just settle down. And this is the... They gave me some new materia. He's like doing squats in front of Sephiroth. Like, what is this? I'd love to see this flashback in the remake when they do the next parts of the game. I can't wait to use it. Just like a kid. He literally is a kid. He's 16 years old. You going to brief us about this mission? This isn't a typical mission. Good. Why do you say that? I joined Soldier to be like you, but by the time I made first class, the war was already over. My big hopes of becoming a hero like you ended with the war. That's why I always sign up whenever there's a big mission. Kind of way to prove myself. Say, how do you feel, Mr. Sephiroth? I thought you wanted a briefing. Our mission is to investigate an old Mako reactor. And yes, I know, and they translate it as, apparently in the remake, well, I know in the remake they pronounce it as Mako, and if it was supposed to be pronounced Mako, then they should have spelled it M-A-H-K. They spelled it the same way as they spell the actual existing term Mako whale. So everyone pronounced it as Mako. Apparently Mako is close to the Japanese version. I'm saying it as Mako. I've been saying it as Mako since 1997. I'm going to continue saying it that way, so help me. I will acquiesce to naming Aerith, but I will not. I still just call it Mako. There have been reports of it malfunctioning and producing brutal creatures. First, we will dispose of those creatures. Then we will locate the problem and neutralize it. I mean, that sounds like... Okay, brutal creatures, where? I feel like this is a strange scenario, because shouldn't the engineers and technicians who work at the Mako reactor be the ones working on this, trying to fix this problem, and then they send in some soldiers to kill the monsters that have appeared because of the malfunction? But whatever. Brutal creatures, where? Now this part coming up, this blew my mind as a kid. Brutal creatures, where? The Mako reactor at Nibelheim. Nibelheim? That's where I'm from. Hometown. Sir, something strange just crashed into the truck. Yes, something strange crashed into the truck. That is a very interesting way to describe what has actually happened. That would be our monster. Look at this. Look at Cloud's. Look at Sephiroth's stats compared to Cloud. 31,000 damage. Why don't I try to attract the dragon? And he is just named Dragon here. 14 damage. Sephiroth, 31,000 damage. Cloud, 140 HP. Sephiroth, 3,264 HP. Sephiroth's strength is incredible. He is far stronger in reality than any stories you may have heard about him. So, where do you come in? I never imagined that I could ever be that powerful in the game. Yes, you can, actually, but me? I was mesmerized by the way Sephiroth fought. And mind you, why would he be that weak when he's already supposed to be a first-class soldier at this point? Tifa. And then, we reached Nibelheim. How does it feel? It's your first time back to your hometown in a long time, right? How does it feel? I wouldn't know because I don't have a hometown. How about your parents? My mother is Genova. She died right after she gave birth to me. My father... What does it matter? Alright, let's go. Oh. Talk to this guy. Psst. You keep wandering around here and you'll get in trouble. What's that supposed to mean? Being on watch is boring. Just sit tight, it's your job, right? Or you want to do what we always do? You want to do what we always do? Shall we practice? Oh, practice? Oh, you mean practice my pose? Do members of Soldier always have to worry about what others think? How did it go? Was it like this? Good job. I really don't want to be in Soldier. The Mako smells pretty bad here. So I forgot this element. Apparently Mako has a distinct smell to it. But it's the life energy of the planet. You'd think it would smell nice. I don't know. Yo, wait a minute. Isn't that, the name of Sephiroth's mother? I remember Genova. That's that damn headless spook living in the Shinra building. That's right. Barrett, would you please let us hear what Cloud has to say? You can ask questions later. Tifa, I was only... Okay, Cloud, continue. The childhood friends reunite. I was really surprised with Tifa. The town was quiet. Everyone must be in their houses, afraid to come out because of the monsters. No, maybe they're afraid of us. We leave for the reactor at dawn. Make sure you get to sleep early. All we need is one lookout, so you others get some rest. Oh, and you may visit your family and friends. Oh, thank you very much, Sephiroth. Talk to this guy. I'm nervous. How come? Or I'm excited. Man, I'm so nervous. How come? Look, you never know when a monster's gonna show up, right? I heard Sephiroth was coming, so I brought my camera. Alright, Colin Creevy. I just want a shot of Sephiroth and a monster. Take my picture or get back in the house, it's dangerous. Take my picture. I don't take pictures of nobodies. Oh, F you too. Okay, I love when you get to choose both options to see what the alternate dialogue was. Get back in the house, it's dangerous. Alright, fathead. This guy's a real... Are you Cloud? Really? So that's how it is, huh? Let's see what's in here. Welcome. Hey, aren't you? Have I been here before? I don't remember. Now you're pissing me off. This don't matter, so get on with it. Let's see what's... Up ahead is Mount Nibble. I'll tell you about that time I went in the mountains. You from Shinra? That's right. Big-headed young kid. This mansion. No, I'll come here later. Who are you? I'm the town's... aren't you Cloud? Don't you know me? You're Tifa's... Right, I'm Tifa's father. Stay away from my daughter. Damn. I'm so nervous. How come I'm excited? Okay, we talked to him already. Let's see what's down here. This is such a pretty little house. Yes, I am taking pictures. Oh, you're with the Shinra? Welcome. Oh, I'm sorry. It's you, Cloud. I didn't recognize you. Shinra? Shinra? Soldier? Salsa? Are you going to kill the monsters? Are you going to... What is up here? There's not much going on up here. Okay. Yeah, comfy little house, though. Alright, let's see what else I can get into. Well, actually, why don't I... Excuse me. Okay, I can go in there. What's this big house? Alright. Cloud, did you go in my house? Yeah. I thought you might be home. Cloud, did you go into my room? Yeah. Let's see, what is a piano? Did you play my piano? Yeah, I jammed on it. Now, how did this go? Okay. Okay, one more try. Okay, one more. Okay, I don't even know what song I'm trying to play. I'm just found some kind of... I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing. Okay. Let's see what's in here. Received orthopedic underwear. Okay. Cloud, it's true, or just kidding, don't get mad. It's true. Cloud, we're talking about something really important here. And Cloud goes, yeah, then I went in her room and I went through her clothes and I found orthopedic underwear that I took. Okay. I have no idea what the melody on the piano is supposed to be. Okay. I guess there's really nothing in there yet. I guess this other house... This is my house. It has nothing to do with what happened 5 years ago. Yeah, wait, I want to hear. I've seen people doing cosplay from this game at various conventions on YouTube. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know, I'm sure FF7 is one of the more popular games to, Oh, shucks, I didn't mean to... Okay. Let's go in here. I guess this is what... Is Shinra here to get rid of the monsters? And who are you? I'm Zangen. I travel around the world teaching children martial arts. I have 128 students all over the world. In this town, a girl named Tifa is my student. Did you say Tifa? Tifa has good sense. She'll be a powerful fighter. So, what do you need, Cloud? Where's Sephiroth? Give me a room, or how's the town? Now, about the town. A lot of monsters have been appearing in the last 12 months. Oh, great. So this has been going on a year before they finally send some soldiers to investigate. Great job, Shinra Inc. Our tax dollars at work. Other than that, there's not much change. Nothing much exciting happens in a little town like this. It was alright when they were building the reactor, while they were still building it. But once it was completed, it's been bad. Within a few years, all the trees on the mountain withered away. I don't know if the reactor was good or bad. I mean, it's easy to say that it's a bad idea now, but what can you do about it? Anyhow, we've got to get rid of the monsters. Then we'll be able to relax a little bit. Give me a room. It's all reserved for you Shinra people, so I don't mind. But would you feel more comfortable staying at home? Or where's Sephiroth? He's upstairs. Okay. Let's see what's going on in here. Well, the soldiers really aren't anywhere to be seen. What's in this cabinet, I wonder? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? This scenery. I feel like I know this place. Oh. We're short one bed. Okay. We have an early start tomorrow. You should get some sleep soon. It's still earlier. Yeah, let's get some sleep. I've hired a guide to the Mako reactor. I heard she's young. I hope we can rely on her. Oh, I guess it's the next day already. I knew this was going to happen, I would have made mountain climbing off limits. Am I on Facebook too? No, I'm not on Facebook, and really, I'm on Twitter and Tumblr, and that's it. Think they'd let me take a picture? Once the guide gets here, we're moving out. Listen to me, Sephiroth, in case something happens. Trust me. I'll be alright, Dad. I have 2 men from Soldier with me. I'm Tifa, nice to meet you. Tifa, you're the guide? That's right. It so happens I'm the #1 guide in this town. It's too dangerous. I can't let you get involved in this. There's no problem if you protect her. Let's go. Mr. Sephiroth, please let me take one picture for a memento. Tifa, can you ask him for me too? Yeah, Sephiroth's surprisingly chill about this. Cheese! Great, thank you. I'll give each of you a copy once I get it developed. Where's he gonna go? The freaking, the Kodak Color Watch kiosk in the mall? Like, a Mako reactor was built in Mount Nibble. Look at that freaking ridiculous, stairwell between the 2 sides of the mountain. That's like that's some crazy construction right there. And that thing is so steep, it's no wonder the thing falls apart. I mean, I've never been to any sort of bridge like this in real life, but all these things do in any work of fiction is just fall apart. I'd have a hard time trusting this. All these things ever do is break from one end. And it happens in Indiana Jones in an unknowable yeah, Cloud's a little underleveled there, huh? Eye Potion, Ether, Phoenix Down, Echo Screen, Grenade. I mean, I have a good selection of items, but heck, that came and went before I could even begin to... the bridge! I love the juxtaposition of the polygonal models against the pre-rendered animated background. Okay, that should kill all 3 of them. The game's over now. Even though this is a flashback, so we know they obviously survived, but... absolutely ridiculous that they even survived that. The normal Shinra troops, they weren't even on the bridge when it fell. Everyone seems to be alright. Will we be able to get back? These caves are intertwined, like an ant farm. Oh, and Sephiroth, one person seems to be missing. It may sound cruel, but we have no time to search for him. We can't go back, so we must go on. We'll travel together from here. Now, why they merged into Cloud is interesting. You'd think Sephiroth would be the one leading the party, considering he has pretty much godlike strength at this... Oh, I keep taking screenshots even when I don't mean to. A mysteriously colored cave. It must be the Mako energy. The mountain is especially abundant in it. That's why the Mako reactor was built here. What is up here? Nothing I can mess with yet. I mean, this is pretty much... all these battles are... okay. Yeah, grenade. Oh, more than a Cloud didn't even get to throw his grenade. Okay. I'm guessing... oh, it's a slide. Okay, that's really great. Great use of Or something? I'm not even sure where I'm supposed to go. I never really made any attempt at exploration before. You think that's a little overkill, Sephiroth? I mean, that sword is long enough as it is. Okay, like, the scenery is confusing me. I can't even figure out how to get out of this little cave area that I'm in. I just want to see Cloud throw a grenade just once. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. Cloud actually contributed constructively to the battle for once. Yay. Okay. Okay, there we go. I'm getting out of here now. I don't want to mess around in here anymore. Okay. Oh, this looks shiny. Oh, I remember this scene. And what's this? A Mako fountain. It's a miracle of nature. It's so beautiful. If the Mako reactor continues to suck up the energy, this fountain will dry up too. Materia. When you condense Mako energy, materia is produced. It's very rare to see materia in its natural state. By the way, isn't that why when you use materia, you could also use magic too? You were in Soldier and you didn't even know that? Well, I mean, Cloud kind of did know that. He just literally said that. But whatever. The knowledge and wisdom of the ancients is held in the materia. Anyone with this knowledge can freely use the powers of the land and the planet. That knowledge interacts between ourselves and the planet, calling up magic, or so they say. Magic, a mysterious power. Ha ha ha. Did I say something funny? A man once told me never to use unscientific terms like mysterious power. It shouldn't even be called magic. What is Tifa doing there? That is really weird. I still remember how angry he was. Who was that? Hojo of Shinra Inc., an inexperienced man. Hojo of Shinra Inc., an inexperienced man assigned to take over the work of a great scientist. He was a walking mass of complexes. A Mako fountain, so this is where the knowledge of the ancients is. Alright, so they're just walking along this path now. Oh, we're at the reactor already. Now, when the only reactors we saw before this were the 8 giant reactors in Midgar, seeing this what looks like a brick smokestack with a bunch of metal bits. This was, you later find out this is the very first Mako reactor ever built. So it's interesting to see how the technology is developed from this here, which is the very first Mako reactor, to the giant super reactors that surround the city of Midgar. Alright. I was already walking up the stairs before it flipped this other angle. We finally made it. We sure took the long way, though. Tifa, you wait here. I'm going inside, too. I want to see. Only authorized people are allowed in. This place is full of Shinra's industrial secrets. But take care of the lady. There's like no... It's like... Man... And this, it seems so weird, because you'd think a building like a Mako reactor would require a team of staff to always be present to operate the machinery and to make sure everything's okay. But this implies that these reactors are or at least this one, is always operating, but is usually unoccupied by any human presence until they send soldiers in to investigate something. I mean, these guys aren't engineers or technicians. I mean, why would they? It would be like getting like a random U.S. Marine, and it's like, okay, since you're a Marine and you work for the United States, naturally you could operate a nuclear reactor that's being operated by the U.S. government, right? Like, it's kind of weird. I mean, you see some similarities here between this reactor and the modern reactors we were in that we visited. We see all these moving gears and stuff like that. I guess, but the newer reactors are more solid state with fewer moving parts. So, just interesting. Oh, but this is very different from the other reactor. We have these creepy pods that look like the specimen tanks in the Shinra building. And, oh, we have Genova written on the left here. 57S, Genova written on the pipe. You have Genova written above the door. And Sephiroth, he said his mother's name was Genova. What's going on here? This is Genova, right? It won't open. I'm not sure what that line of dialogue was supposed to be getting at or what the tone was intended to be. Yeah. And Sephiroth's like, this is the reason for the malfunction. This part is broken. Cloud, close the valve. It's sort of weird. It's like they're apparently Mako reactor technicians, but I thought they were just elite soldiers. I don't know. Yeah, this is kind of like the pods that keep the people in the Matrix. One thing I will say about the Matrix, the world building is the explanation for why they're keeping all of humanity and why they're cloning and breeding humans and putting them in tanks. Because I think Neo said that they're combining the human nervous system with some form of fusion to create energy for the robots. But wouldn't it make more sense if they were using the human brains to facilitate the AI of the robots or something like that? Because that makes more apparent sense and plays into the whole idea of the Matrix and the humans and that are connected to it being in this dreamlike state that they think is real. I feel like using the human brain for some sort of computing process would make more sense than this, that they're somehow using the human bodies to make electricity. Like, it just doesn't, never quite made sense to me, but why did it break? Sephiroth takes a look inside. I see now, Hojo, but doing this will never put you on the same level as Professor Gast. This is a system that condenses and freezes the Mako energy. That is, when it's working correctly. Now, what does Mako energy become when it's further condensed? Oh yeah, it becomes materia. Right, normally. But Hojo put something else in there. Take a look. Look through the window. This was kind of scary as a kid. It didn't scare me. Yeah, nice smile going on there. I'm guessing that was a person at some point. What is that? Normal members of Soldier are humans that have been showered with Mako. You're different from the others, but still human. But what are they? They've been exposed to a far higher degree of Mako than you. Is this some kind of monster? Exactly. And it's Hojo of Shinra that produced these monsters. Mutated living organisms produced by Mako energy. That's what these monsters really are. Normal members of Soldier? You mean you're different? And we triggered some kind of episode in Sephiroth. No. Was I? Takes out his sword. Cloud just whoops right out of there. Was I created this way too? Am I the same as all these monsters? Sephiroth. You saw it. All of them were humans. Human? No way. Okay, so they were people that got transformed with this mad science. Ever since I was small, I felt that I was different from the others, special in some way. But not like this. I mean, there is literally a giant, like, placard that says your mother's name above the locked door at the top of this reactor. Now, this is some Resident Evil stuff right there. This thing falling out of their... pretty big hands, but... yeah. So this kind of it begins to explain why there are all these weird monsters in this science fiction world. It doesn't seem very fantasy, but this is where the monsters come from. Even I was surprised that Shinra was producing monsters. Damn Shinra, the more I hear, the more I hate him. Who would ever have thought the Mako reactor held such a secret? That would seem to explain the increase in the number of monsters recently. I think we should listen carefully to Cloud. Don't you think so, Barrett? Why are you talking to me? Save game and rest or keep talking? Let's save game and rest. Okay. Let's do and save too. Let's save. Let's do a save there. Oh, okay. I meant to save. I meant to do another save. Okay, I'll have to just remember to save the... We returned to Nibelheim. Sephiroth confined himself to the end. He didn't even try to talk to me. Then all of a sudden, he just disappeared, right? We found him inside the biggest building in Nibelheim. The villagers used to call it the Shinra Mansion. Long ago, people from Shinra used to live in that mansion. They're like, okay, Sephiroth's being emo, he locked himself in the mansion, go see what he's up to. There's wordless storytelling there. He just sees all the people in town, he nods to them, and heads inside. I mean, that's not quite an appropriate door opening sound effect. I mean, there's nothing... If there's anything to find here, there's really nothing that we could possibly take with us. So, because this is a flashback. There's no sign of Sephiroth, but I know I saw him go into this room. Sorry, I just love all these pre-rendered scenes way too much to not take pictures. Or not take screenshots, rather. But, well, is this a first-time playthrough? This is my first time playing through the game since a high first encounter. Sorry if you were sitting there for a minute. Yeah, this is my first time playing this game since 2002. I originally played this not long after it came out in the 90s. Me and my brother rented it when we got our PlayStation. And just me and my brother, we pitched in to get a PlayStation together. And we didn't know anything about RPGs. We just knew that Final Fantasy VII was the big game that everyone couldn't stop talking about. It was in all the magazines. It was on TV. So we bought this. And at this point, I was pretty, you know, just seeing the monsters. Well, even in the Shinra building, it was already getting kind of eerie. But this is my first time playing through this since 2002. I've watched some GDQ runs of this game, you know, at marathon speedrunning events, so that's really speeding through the game. I've watched a few people do first-time Let's Plays of it, but this is my first time really going through and seeing all this myself and going through it at my own pace. I played it, the first time I played it with my brother in 97, or by 98 by the time we got to this point, because it took us... We got soft-locked at a lot of spots. We didn't really understand how the RPG battle system worked, how to customize and level up the characters, how to upgrade weapons. So, I ended up pretty much... yeah, I ended up kind of getting in a situation where we got stuck on a lot of things. And this playthrough, we ended up... I'm playing this on the Nintendo Switch right here. And I'm probably not going to play past Junin and the first Genova battle, because that's as far as I got as a kid the first time I played. Because me and my brother, we kind of got soft-locked there, because we had no way to level up, and we didn't understand, and we were too weak to actually beat Genova. And Then, when I replayed it in 2002, I was playing it using my PlayStation 2. Professor Gas named that organism Genova. X month, X year, X day. No, X year, X month, X day. Genova confirmed to be an ancient. How did they make that assumption? It's like, oh, we found a weird female monster. It must be an ancient. And I'd love to know... Okay, here we go. Just gonna read through this. X year, X month, X day. Genova project approved. Use of Mako Reactor 1 approved for use. Some excellent writing there. How about Mako Reactor 1 approved for use? Or use of Mako Reactor 1 approved. But the use of Mako Reactor 1 approved for use. Okay. I mean, that's on a meta level, that's sloppy writing. Within the game's story, I guess you'd have to assume that some clown was writing these logs at Shinra. And I like how they left all of these very highly sensitive documents about their human experimentation and other crap just laying around in this creepy basement for anyone to go in and look at. It's also impressive that after this basement was apparently abandoned for at least a decade, that all these books are totally... My mother's name is Genova. Genova Project? Is this just a coincidence? Now, I'd love to know, who at Shinra decided to tell little toddler Sephiroth, hey, he asked, hey, who's my mother? Let's tell him that his mother's name is Genova. Who at Shinra decided that telling Sephiroth that his mother's name was Genova was a good idea when you have all these documents about the Genova project and the Genova creature that they found in this geological stratum and the Maker reactor that has a giant nameplate above the locked room that says Genova on it? Like, whoever decided to tell this kid that his mother's name was Genova basically nearly got the world destroyed. Like, this is all... If they just told him, oh, your mother's name is Lucrezia, none of this would have happened. Which is a spoiler there. His mother's name is actually Lucrezia. It's not... we'll learn more about that later. Professor Gast, why didn't you tell me anything? Why did you die? He told you way too much, apparently, because he actually told you that his mother's name was Genova. So, yeah, genius move there, Professor Gast. You probably shouldn't have told him that. Probably should have made something up. Let's see. Sephiroth. Let me be alone. Okay, fine. Be a little sourpuss then. Let's see what... I just love... I'm sorry. You know I keep taking screenshots. I just love all these pre-rendered backgrounds. Now, I also watched Pete Dorr here on Twitch. I watched him play through the remake, and I've watched some other people play the remake. I don't own a PlayStation 4 or a so when I get a PlayStation 4 in the future, I would like to play this game. Sephiroth didn't come out of the Shinra mansion. Just doing all this research and all these experiments that resulted in his birth. Continued to read as though he were possessed by something, and not once did the lights in that basement go out. I'm glad he was able to somehow know that the lights in the basement were still on. I wonder who's paying for the electricity bill in this abandoned mansion at this point. Creepy. Now, I just going back to, you know, just being a kid and having no clue what this was getting at, what was going... Oh. I always love... the cursor looks... I've always thought this. It looks like a little parakeet that's flying over his head, and the finger is the tail, and then the end of the glove is like the head. Looks like he has a little parakeet following him around. Okay. Oh, here's the safe. I think there's something you can get in there later in the game. Creepy, ominous music. What's going on here? Let's go... There's nothing that'll harm the town, right? No way. It's Sephiroth. He would never do that. Oh my, you sure do have faith. Until we know there's no danger, we're not moving. So I guess we have to go back in and find Sephiroth. Tell him to, you know, hey... So your mother was a research specimen discovered in a 10,000-year-old geological stratum. So what? Sephiroth seems different. Oh, does he? I mean, I was so, like, on edge watching my brother play through this part. Okay. After this flashback's over, I'm probably going to call the stream, because I've been streaming for about 4 hours. What are my favorite RPGs of yours? It's funny, this is my first RPG. I'm not super big into RPGs. My favorite RPGs are, I mean, Pokemon, even though I haven't played the latest one. And even Pokemon, I only played through the game once, and I really don't go back to it. I really play it more for the story. I'm not super technically... I'm not into the... I like the world of Pokemon. I'm not super into the technical side of the competitive battles and all that. The Mario RPGs, all of them, I've enjoyed all of those. I'm not... Oh, ha ha ha. Yeah, I'm not really big in... I've played, well, Final Fantasy Legend on Game Boy, which is a more complex RPG, but it doesn't have... there are esoteric aspects to how the game is played and how you level up the characters and build your party, but I never quite felt... I've played the Earthbound or Mother games as well, but I never really got into the mainline Final Fantasy games that much. This is actually this and Final Fantasy X are the only, and Final Fantasy VI are the only mainline Final Fantasies I've played. I'd like to play others, but I'm kind of replaying through my experience the first time I played through it, where I only got up to Genova. And when I get up to the first Genova fight, I'm going to move on to some other games for a while, and maybe sometime in the future I'll come back to this, because I mostly stream sort of variety type stuff. Okay, here we go. Who is it? Traitor. Traitor? You ignorant traitor. I'll tell you. This planet originally belonged to the Cetra. Cetra was an itinerant race. They would migrate in, settle the planet, and then move on. At the end of their hard, long journey, it was said they would find the Promised Land and supreme happiness. But those who disliked the journeying appeared. They stopped their migrations, built shelters, and elected to live an easier life. They took that which the Cetra and the planet had made without giving back one whit in return. Those are your ancestors. Sephiroth. Long ago, disaster struck the planet. Your ancestor escaped. They survived because they hid. The planet was saved by sacrificing the Cetra. After that, your ancestors continued to multiply. Now all that's left of the Cetra is in these reports. What does that have to do with you? Don't you see? An ancient named Genova was found in a 2,000-year-old geological stratum. The Genova Project. The Genova Project wanted to produce people with the powers of the ancients, or the Cetra. I am what was produced. Produced? Yes. Professor Gast, leader of the Genova Project and genius scientist, produced me. How did he? Sephiroth? Out of my way. I'm going to see my mother. Oh boy. This was some real... That gave me chills. The music, when the music kicks in there. And because this is the first time you hear the Sephiroth theme in the game. So it's like, what is happening? Like, what the heck is he going to do? So we chase after him. And I've had a lot of fun with the stream of First Encounter, because I had a couple of people watching who aren't even really familiar with video games. They were, I guess, came to Twitch to watch some sort of to watch cooking stuff. So they sort of stumbled into the stream, and I got to explain. Oh, I've got a great reading. Oh, look at this. I think Sephiroth has been up to some mischief while we're in there. Yeah, I like to think I have a good reading voice. I could, read copy like the Baltimore Gas and Electric Company. Gas, electricity, all the energy you want, all the service you need. I could read copy and things like that. Hey, it's you. You're still sane, right? Then come over here and help me. He just shakes his head. I'll check this house. You check that one over there. Here's the guy that was taking the photo. Hey, am I going to die? I probably wasn't meant to be read like that. Sephiroth. I mean, you just left him for like 5 minutes and he came out and like set the entire town on fire. Like, freaking jeez. Talk about extra. Okay. Let's go in here. This was Cloud's house, so... And and just to be clear, I have full story spoilers for the game and all its plot twists and everything, so... Terrible. Sephiroth. This is too terrible. And here's the money shot right here. Yeah, he is on some next level. He's like acting he's acting with the mentality of a school shooter right now. He's on a total no holds barred homicide mission. So, meanwhile, at the Maker reactor, I was commenting earlier how odd it was that the reactor has no staff that operate the machine. They can just sort of leave it on its own to sort of operate itself somehow unless something goes wrong, and then they call in soldiers to fix it. And it's just... But from the world building standpoint, it was just sort of cool having the beginning of the game being these high-tech, probably the most advanced Maker reactors in the world in Midgar, and then going back and seeing the first Maker reactor, and seeing all this brickwork and these gears. Papa, Sephiroth, did Sephiroth do this to you? Sephiroth, soldier, Maker reactors, Shinra. I hate them all. And there's the Genova room. Mother, I'm here to see you. Please open this door. I sound like Alec Baldwin narrating Thomas the Tank Engine there, but... How could you do that to Papa and all the townspeople? But that's weird, because it implies that Genova has some I guess maybe through her magic, and she just been waiting for her, I guess, spawn to return to her and free her and enact her will. How could you do that to Papa and all the townspeople? Yeah, I'm guessing, because he has this habit of leaving this sword around, and it's supposed to be a unique sword that only Sephiroth can use, but he just leaves these swords hanging around all over the place. I mean, what we learn later about what's going on, it kind of makes sense that he could produce a number of these swords. Now, how Tifa survived this is kind of just, pure plot armor. Excuse me, it's getting dark where I'm at. I'm just going to close the blinds. Because when the lights are on and it's dark out, you can just see straight from the street, straight into the room of the building I'm in. Okay. And we check on Tifa. You promised that you'd come when I was in trouble. Cloud has plenty of healing items on him. I guess he should go ahead and use those on her, but... I mean, it's kind of absurd that it's really absurd that either Cloud or Tifa survived this, but especially Tifa in that moment. You promised that you'd come when I was in trouble. Yeah, way to rub it in, Tifa. Great job. But the Genova chamber is open. And this music here, really, like, this imagery here of the sort of dummy that they put in front of the Genova specimen canister. But it's like, I like how they just write Genova everywhere you can. Now, I just want to... Before I get into serious mode and read this dialogue, when it zooms in on, if you are not aware of this, when it zooms in on Jenova's helmet, there's like a plaque on it that says Jenova, and then some small writing that's almost impossible to read on an old tube set. If you freeze frame and look at the inscription on Jenova's helmet, it says Jenova copyright Squaresoft 1997. I mean, they really went out of their way to make this look really cool. I mean, in terms of the people within the world, like the Shinra people, they like knew this was special. They kind of like made this almost like a shrine to this specimen, this creature that they found that they assumed was an ancient. Mother, let's take the planet back together. I thought of a great idea. Let's go to the Promised Land. I always loved that line. I thought of a great idea. Let's go to the Promised Land. You know, we could have went to Burger King. You know, we could have went to Dave & Buster's. No, let's go to the Promised Land. I heard it's really, really popping over there. Let's head over there. Sephiroth. My family, my hometown. How can you do this to them? They've come again, Mother. With her superior power, knowledge, and magic, Mother was destined to become the ruler of this planet. But they, those worthless creatures, are stealing the planet from Mother. But now I'm here with you, so don't worry. He just very gently goes up with reverence, just rips the statue off. Like, what is that goo coming out of the statue's mouth? This thing is so creepy that they even included that weird, creepy dummy mask thing. And look at his eyes. He's like, he is somewhere else now. Yeah, it says made in something copyright Squaresoft 1997. What about my sadness? My family? Friends? The sadness of having my hometown taken away from me. It's the same as your sadness. Oh, you thought the entire statue, you thought the statue was Jenova? Ha ha ha. My sadness? What do I have to be sad about? I'm the chosen one. I have been chosen to be the leader of this planet. I have orders to take the planet back from you stupid people for the Cetra. What should I be sad about? Now, I'm sure they fixed this in this version, this Nintendo Switch re-release, but in the original version of this, there is an actual, if you play the PlayStation or PC version, there is actual hazard of triggering a photoepileptic event, a photosensitive event if you suffer from epilepsy. I don't think it happens here. I think they turned down the strobe effect, but that's just something I want to mention if anyone in the chat happens to suffer from epilepsy. I think they fixed it in this modern version because they're more aware of things like that now. I have to mute the game. I have to mute for the moment because an emergency alert is going off, and the emergency alert, it names a lot of places that I'm nearby. Oh, emergency alert for this town, that town, because there's a lot of thunderstorms going by. So I'm just going to mute the microphone for a second and just go check the emergency alert, make sure there are no tornadoes. There haven't been warnings of tornadoes, just been thunderstorms, but I just want to check and just make sure everything's safe. If there are tornado warnings, I'm going to end the stream. So I'll be right back. Alright, no tornado warnings. And when the announcement goes off, the entire house could hear it. So I didn't want to get low-key doxxed by saying the sort of the counties that I'm near or towns I'm near. So, okay. Sephiroth, I trusted you. No, you're not the Sephiroth I used to know. Wow, they did not tone that down. Well, maybe they did, but it still looks pretty intense. And that's the end of my story. Wait a damn minute, that's it? No more? I don't remember. And what happened to Sephiroth? In terms of skill, I couldn't have killed him. Official record states Sephiroth is dead. I read it in the newspaper. Shinra Inc. owns the newspaper, so you can't rely on that. I want to know the truth. I want to know what happened. I challenged Sephiroth and lived. Why didn't he kill me? I'm alive too. A lot of this doesn't make sense. What about Jenova? It was in the Shinra building, right? Shinra shipped it from Nibelheim to Midgar. Did someone carry it out later? It was missing from the Shinra building. Sephiroth? Damn, none of this makes sense. I'm going, gone. And I'm leaving the thinking to you. Alright. Yo, Cloud, let's get a move on. Wait a sec. What's wrong? You just want to stand there while Sephiroth heads for the Promised Land? I ain't letting Sephiroth nor Shinra get to no Promised Land. If they do, then we're all screwed. You know what I'm saying? Beautiful, just beautiful. Just leave it to me. Oh, brother. Tifa, it's like, Cloud, how bad was I after Sephiroth stabbed me? I thought you were a goner. I was so sad. I mean, yes, he was real sad, but I was so sad. It sounds kind of disingenuous. Tifa. Aerith. The ancients, Cetra, Jenova, Sephiroth, and myself. Let's go. Barrett's waiting. You know, what a fascinating story. Yeah, Red 13 was just kept his mouth shut the entire time. Aerith. Cloud, take this. Received PHS. Changing party members. Access the menu and select PHS. It can only be used on the world map or at a save point. PHS will put us in constant contact with each other. I'm glad this talking wolf knows about how to use a cell phone. I'm really glad that he knows about that. Well, I'll be going. And PHS, I know a lot of English-speaking gamers have they kind of assume that means either party hop system or party help system, because the game does not explain what PHS stands for or what it means. Yeah, like, they don't explain what PHS stands for or what it means, but in Japan, especially in the 90s and very early 2000s, as I understand, PHS was a type of cell phone, but instead of using satellites or typical cell towers, there were these smaller antennas that would be placed along a lot of tall buildings in large cities. So these phones would kind of only work within the limits of larger cities. And these phones were really cheap, and so they wouldn't work outside the city, and they were often given to children to keep in touch with their parents. And I remember reading an article about someone who, like, this American who was living in Japan at the time that PHS phones were a thing. I don't think PHS is a thing as far as a cell phone network in Japan, but he had a PHS phone, and his peers at where he was working at kind of made fun of him, like, oh, that's like a kid's phone, you know? It's kind of like a range between short-range walkie-talkie technology and cell phones. Now, I want to play a little bit longer, but I did plan to end the stream at this point, at least end the Final Fantasy VII section, but what I'm going to be back tomorrow at 3, and at 3, I'm going to play through, hopefully through the end of, at least up to the first Jenova battle, and then I'm going to put down Final Fantasy VII for a while. But what I would like to do is I have to set my audio down to 24.5 for my game capture audio. I want to play, let's see, oh, it's going to be really loud. 20, really loud. Excuse me. 24 point... Okay, close enough. I just wanted to switch over to Pac-Man for a minute. Because I've been playing a lot of, Pac-Man Championship Edition lately. So we're just going to switch over to that. And we'll just hide that. Because I started the stream with this, and then I'll have a timer, so it's, time till I play the next game. But I wasn't planning on this, but now that we're switching back to, I just need to get rid of the timer. There we go. And we just stretch that out. There we go. Oh, excuse me. Didn't mean to... Well, heck, it's only for 10 minutes anyway. There we go. I just don't want to mislead anyone who walks into the chat and thinks we're going to play Final Fantasy VII in a minute. But what is going to happen is I'm probably just going to play this for maybe 10 or 20 minutes. And then end the stream, because I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. I've only been... This is only my 22nd stream, actually. But... I'm getting more comfortable streaming for longer, because at one point it was really strenuous just to make it through like 4 hours, just a couple of hours really. Okay, there we go. So let's jump on in. I'm probably just gonna play this for 20 minutes and then we'll call it there. I just want to change my category so no one comes in thinking I'm going to be playing Pac-Man Championship Edition. Okay. And switch from FF7 to Retro. There we go. So, thanks if you're not interested in the rest of the stream. You know, I don't mind you leaving if you're not into Pac-Man Championship Edition, because, you know, if you did pop in for FF7, and I'm not playing FF7 anymore, I'm sure there are plenty of other people playing it if you want to see more of that. I will be back tomorrow at 3 to play more Final Fantasy VII. At 3, I usually start with just like a half hour of this Pac-Man game here, which this is only the second week I've been playing it. But I'll be... I like to start up my streams with some sort of arcade type game and then move on to a more in-depth game that I spend most of the stream on. So I'll just be playing 20 minutes of this. Now, these rounds of Pac-Man Championship Edition are 5 minutes each, so I'll probably be playing for about 4 rounds of this. Now, if you're not familiar with this version of Pac-Man if you're not familiar with Pac-Man Championship Edition in general, what I'm trying to... It's a 5-minute time attack. I'm trying to get as high a score as possible. This is not like traditional Pac-Man, where when you eat all the dots, you move on to the next board. This goes on indefinitely until you lose all your lives or the 5 minutes is up. And when you eat, I think about 80 or 90% of the dots on screen, bonus fruit will appear. And when you eat that fruit, the other half of the maze will transform and refill with dots and power pellets, which, you know, you use to eat the ghost for more points. And you just go through this process as much as you can, losing as few lives as possible, and trying to see if you can make it, if you can get the high score. This is much more forgiving than... I mean, you still have... The better you do, the higher score you get, therefore the better you do at the game. But this is much more forgiving than traditional Pac-Man, in the sense that, like, a little kid could play this and they'll die a lot, but they can keep playing, whereas with Pac-Man, the duration of your gameplay really is reliant... Shucks, this game gets so fast that I double back sometimes when I really shouldn't. But the game will get so intense that... Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it gets harder the better you do, but the duration of your game depends entirely on your skill. Whereas here, if you're a little kid, you're dying a lot, but even if you're doing kind of okay, you'll get a bunch of extra lives. And even if you have a bunch of lives, you end up... the game ends after 5 minutes anyway. So it's really kind of a version of Pac-Man that is built more around getting a high score without trying to suck up your quarters just to play the game or to get better at it. Because even when you play you know, home conversions of traditional Pac-Man. It's kind of based around that really sort of cutthroat. If you're not doing good, you really just basically don't get to play the game. Whereas here, the deaths, like, yeah, I have eight lives. If I lose them all, the game will end early. But it's not really about losing. Like, when I lose a life in this, it is not a big deal. It's not like, oh no, this is a huge setback. It is more like, okay, that's a momentary inconvenience as I'm slowed down and can't spend time earning more points. And you really don't want to die too much because you will end up... There we go. Now, the more dots you eat in a row, the higher a score you get. Yeah, there we go. That was close. If he was a little closer to me, there's no way I would have been able to... Oh my gosh. If I had doubled back, I would have definitely been able to get in there in time to I would have been able to avoid Blinky. But he got me. Fair and square. I was the one who made the mistake on that. Got the Galaxian. Yeah. Now, the game calls these fruits, even though many of these items are not fruits. Sometimes they're keys. I loved Pac-Man my whole life. I mean, look at my backdrop. It's a freaking Pac-Man curtain from the 1980s that I actually got in the 90s, which... So at the time, the curtain really wasn't that old. I mean, Pac-Mania was only like 10 years out of date, but when you were a little kid back then, and I was interested in the history of video games, just how I ended up wanting to learn everything I could about Pac-Man, and the only version I had access to was the Game Gear version. Well, it was the Game Boy version I owned. I remember I had a choice. I could either get the Game Boy version or the Game Gear version, because the only systems we had were Game Boy and Game Gear. And I decided to go with the Game Boy version. While it was less accurate to the arcade original because there were no colors on the screen, Game Boy, even as a little kid, I fully recognized that if I wanted to play the game for a long time without having to constantly beg Mom to go to the store and get me more batteries, the Game Boy was the system of choice, even if I couldn't play it in the dark. Alright, there we go. Ooh, that was a piece of candy there. And I don't specifically remember ever seeing that particular... See, now we only have a few seconds left. Oh my gosh, I would have been able to eat those guys faster. Okay, now that's the end of the game, and it's going to tally up our score for it's going to show our stats or performance throughout each minute of the match. STH, eat them. Oh, wow! That was the best game I've ever played of Pac-Man Championship Edition. I was not expecting to beat my first place score in that session. But we have time for 2 more sessions. We have 14 minutes. After this session and then one more, and then I'm going to call the stream. Let's see who else is out and about broadcasting. I'm really just waiting. It's really kind of frustrating when the game is so fast, and then when you start a new game, you're just waiting for it. It starts off nice and slow to give you a feel for it all, and then it starts getting real fast and action-packed. Okay. Alright. Now, I tried playing this using the micro-switched digital joystick on my Mayflash fight stick. It is fun to play it that way. It's more authentic to the arcade, but the kind of movements you have to make, I really feel I could only make those movements confidently on a D-pad. It was fun playing the game that way, but I was not doing well at all. But now, it's a very different story. Yeah, I don't know why they leave the ghost house even when they're vulnerable to attack. Yeah! Make it back over here, and... eat them ghosts. Yeah, all 4 of them. How you like that? Whew. And we grab them. And... yeah, there we go. Now I just need... oh my gosh! I get twitchy when it gets this fast and the chase is this intense. But what I needed to do, I really bungled that because I had the opportunity. Oh man, I may have just... ooh! Yeah! Okay, that was close, but I have to get that bonus fruit. There we go. Transform the other side of the maze. Ooh, I feel like I'm doing great right now. Oh yeah, just grab the fruit and head back over here. Yeah. Let's see if I can push that high score even higher. Oh, I need to eat a few more dots so I can trigger the fruit to appear. Where's the fruit? There's the fruit. Oh my gosh, I wasn't quite quick enough to double back and make it back to the other side safely, but I could just use the tunnel and get through here. Yeah, got all 4 of them, baby. Oh yeah, I'm having fun right now. Let's see how good I can do. Let's see how good I can do. Oh my gosh, I shouldn't have doubled back. I don't know. I'm just so twitchy. I doubled back when I absolutely shouldn't have. Wait till they all leave. Oh, that was just foolish. I was trying to beat Binky to the power pellet. Actually, that was Blinky. Excuse me. Because Blinky's usually the first one to leave the ghost house. Now, I am taking a bit of a risk because I haven't quite gotten... Okay, there we go. Because you need to have enough... have eaten enough dots to... Oh! Really kind of... Okay, I only have a minute and a half left. And after that... It's about, like, going after the ghost, but not being in a position where your remaining pellets are so distant that you don't have a very good chance... Oh my... If I was quicker, I could have doubled back and avoided... Yeah, I really should... Yeah! There we go. Yeah, you want to have enough dots eaten that by the time they go back to chasing you around, you can... Yeah, got him. All 4. All 4. There we go. I mean, if... Ooh, okay, shucks. I hit the trigger by accident, but only 30 seconds left. Let's see if I could push... Let's see if I could push the score up higher. I got... This has to be one of my top 10 best runs. There's no way. Yeah. Whew, got that 3200 at the last frame before the game ended. Okay, one more time after this, and then I'm gonna call the stream. Let's see, who is anyone around right now streaming? I have no idea. I haven't looked at Okay. Oh, I felt like I was tearing it up there. I didn't even get in the top 10. Okay. Alright. I have a sense of who I'll send you off to after this. Okay. Alright. One more for the road. What is going on here? Okay, there we go. I don't want all those other sounds. Okay. Sorry, I'm still new at operating all this, the broadcast software and stuff while I'm streaming. So it gets a little complicated for me real quick. Sometimes something will happen and I'll have to leave the stream alone for a second to try to address it without breaking the stream. Okay. Ooh, I just heard some serious lightning, so it's probably not such a bad time to be ending the stream. So in 5 minutes... Oh, gosh. That's not a good start. So at the end of this match, I'm definitely gonna call the stream there. If the stream ends due to a power outage or something like that, I'm not coming back. I'll just end the stream there. But okay, got you, got you, got you. I mean, I'm still just kind of freewheeling this game. I don't have any particular strategy other than to just eat dots and eat ghosts and eat the bonus fruit, which is kind of, it's like saying my strategy for Super Mario Bros. Is to jump over the holes and not get hit by the enemies. But so I don't have any real patterns I go through. I guess I have habits, but no particular patterns. I don't even know if patterns work in this game. I mean, this is using the ghost can't be any more advanced than NES level AI. I mean, oh, excuse me, I just burped a bit. Alright. Let's go up and around. And we... Yeah, that's what I like to see. There we go. Got the fruit. Got 1, 2. Yeah. Oh, that was a sneaky move there, Pinky. Alright. Alright. I think... Oh my gosh, I did not mean to make that move, but... I mean, there's some moves where it's obviously a bad move, but I did very specifically mean to go there and didn't consider that was a bad move. That was a bad move where it's like... I mean, where I didn't intend to do it and my thumb just kind of slipped or something. Ooh, it's a hot chase. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. And complete set. Nice. But I do need to... There we go. That's more like it. That's what I like to see. I would have... Alright. Yeah. I felt I was doing good last time. I wasn't even placing, so... Yeah, there's no way I was getting out of that one. I just... Those bottom sections are real traps, because they come at you from multiple directions and block your escape route. Gotcha. I almost let him get away. That would have been a shame. Oh my gosh. Alright. We have a minute left. This is our last session, our last match of the game, match of the stream. And when this is over, that's it for the stream, and I'll send you off to someone else. Alright. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I mean, when you're at less than a minute left and you take a hit from a ghost, it's like so frustrating. It's like, no, I want to score my last few points. Please regenerate as quickly as possible. And it's really more the not being active and collecting points in those last moments of the match that are really get me. Oh my gosh. Yeah, 20 seconds. I hadn't quite eaten quite enough dots to trigger the fruit to appear to get to progress the stage and get it to regenerate. Yeah! Okay, I got that last 800 points at the last moment. Let's see what our final score of the day will be. I do like that this game does save your scores, because some of the other games on here, the period NES games that are on here, they will be true to the original functionality of these games and not save your score. So, I am, So I'll be back tomorrow at 3. I'll probably play like a half hour of excuse me. There we go. No, am I doing this right? I don't know if I'm... Okay. Okay, I once again failed to do this correctly, so I'm just going to have to do it manually. But I'm going to send it over. Oh. Okay. No one I really know is streaming now, so... They were a few minutes ago, but they stopped. Excuse me. I don't want to send you over to someone I don't know. So, yeah, I'm going to call it there. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow at 3. I know I messed up because on Twitter it says that I'll be back at 2. No, it says I'll be streaming at 2. So I had people show up early. I messed up with that. But I'll be back tomorrow at 3. I'll do a 40 minutes of Pac-Man Championship Edition and then get back into FF7. We'll see if we can get up to the first Genova fight. And that'll be for now, the finale of Final Fantasy VII. So thanks for joining the stream. And see you next time. Thanks for watching.